Hello, you beautiful people, and welcome to session 12 of Welcome to the Academy. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on Twitch and YouTube. And with me today, we have got my lovely, my amazing, my beautiful, my stunning, my morally questionable cast. We have got Charlie 182.0, we've got Gina Donahue, we've got Changeling Rogue, and we've got Just Dan. I don't think I have any housekeeping. So yeah, I think we're all good to just go straight into the... Guys, what the fuck happened last session?
Well, wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, that's why I asked the question.
Like we did a test or something.
We did a test.
We did an exam!
That's not in the correct order. First, we picked our extracurriculars.
Well, first, Constantine had a mental breakdown with his raccoon.
That is way different. I thought that he had a heart-to-heart with his raccoon.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was going to have a mental breakdown, I'd want a raccoon to be there.
No.
I agree.
My notes are pretty explicit. It says Constantine crashes out with reckless abandon.
I wrote Constantine has a heart-to-heart with abandon. Why can't two things be
Would
true
be
at the same
both.
time?
I wrote Abraham Lincoln. I don't know what you guys are getting.
I got the square root of pi?
Ooh.
I got the color chartreuse.
I like that one.
I like that. That's a good addition. I like that addition.
Yeah. No. But after that happened, we did a 2-week time skip, and Gina is gonna take it from here.
During the 2-week time skip, we all picked our extracurriculars. We had one of those crazy extra club career fairs, or whatever they were, and we all picked our extracurriculars. Eldwin has already joined the orchestra, but he became a barista. In addition to that, Achilles joined the gardening club and our favorite, the theater.
Yeah.
Constantine joined the Historical Society while also having a job at the library, and I, Rista, also joined the Historical Society. I'm absolutely not copying Dan. And then I joined the cheer squad to completely fit into my mean girl mentality. Then we had some classes, yada yada, and then we had our tests, which was terrifying.
Yeah, we're in school.
You kind of forget that a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, we were so busy, like, trying to, like, be sociable and outshine other students that we kind of forgot that our own grades matter.
Yeah, and then there was that one stint where we almost died, but we don't remember that.
What?
What you talking about?
I don't know, I've already
I feel like
forgotten.
I'd know if that
This would be the point where
Yeah.
this would be the point where if this was a professional level stream, we would have like a little cartoon of reckless abandon pop up, just pause off and go, nothing to see here, folks. Move along. You get you moving.
So if I'm not mistaken, we all passed, which means that we're not doing too terribly.
Everybody did pass, and some people got student dice as well for passing.
Yes.
Some people passed, and some people aced.
I really should write that down.
And
It
some
was-
people have been
My
reading
dice never-
Primordial upside down this entire time.
It's okay.
I would be highly recommending that you keep a note of how many student dice you have and for what
Yeah.
you can use them.
Yes.
As a reminder, the student dice that you have can be used for any ability check, and you recuperate them every long rest, but you lose them permanently at the beginning of every new school year.
Perfect.
Womp,
That's correct.
womp.
Except for, like, your club, like, your organization.
Your club
Yeah.
ones you keep. It is specifically the ones
Yeah.
you get for scoring on tests. Those ones
Yep.
disappear.
I don't think that's fair.
I
think
so.
we should
Yeah,
keep them.
no, I think we should keep it. What, are you
If
saying
that's
that?
not fair, tell me
like,
one
going
class that
into
you haven't
grades?
immediately forgot it after the semester ended.
General
No, I retain
psychology.
all of the information I learned in high school.
Okay.
Well, now I know you're lying.
What's the square root of the hypotenuse then?
Color chartreuse.
I'll give you it just
To
because
be
it
fair.
rhymed. I'll give you
She-
it just because it rhymed.
To be fair, she did say she remembered everything she learned in high school. Doesn't mean that she actually learned that much.
That's also true.
That doesn't mean I went to a good high school.
Right.
Joke's on you! I didn't even go to high school! What? That is a lie. I went to high school. Although we call it secondary school.
Yes.
Ooh,
Whatever.
fancy.
Yeah, we also got an invitation from a bunch of skeletons to a ball, and someone else got an invitation to a ball.
But
Yeah, I think
hey,
the name rhymes with
Odd.
some
It's-
I don't. It's some like vampire guy, right? Like nobody really
Yeah.
cares all that much about him.
Some guy's dad, I think.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
does his name rhyme with dads? Like, is that what I'm thinking of? Like,
I'm not
No.
sure.
it's like,
No.
I've got it. I know it's Brad Pitt. Got it. Right. Cool.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my gosh, we got
That's
Brad
it.
Pitt. Dang, he's really got a budget for our celebrity cast.
Hey, Brad Pitt. If you're watching, buddy, I'm still waiting on that voiceover, man. Like, come on. Like, pick up the pieces, buddy.
Can you imagine if we got an A-list celebrity on our stream?
Like, I'm
Well,
not
now I
even
wanna see
joking.
Brad Pitt.
We're promoted or anything, you just join because you
I'm
wanted
not
to.
even joking. I'm saying, do you know what? I'm shooting my shot right here, guys. Right? I'm shooting my shot right here, right? Neil Newbon, if you want to voice Stradvon Zarevich for a stream, please!
I will sacrifice all my mortal possessions to.
I have 3 children.
Talk
I
to
will
you.
actively roll a dice and pick which one gets the chop.
I mean, we know that he can play sadistic asshole vampires,
right?
incapable
That's
of
true.
love and devoid of emotion.
Oh my god.
Hey, careful what you say about my boy.
Stop. I can only fall in love so much. But yeah. Can anybody remember where we ended last session?
So wait, that is where we ended.
Yeah, we had
Yeah,
we
we
had a
got
free
the-
afternoon following that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Free afternoon. So, with that in mind, as you begin your free afternoon, after the test, you've had these invitations handed to you, and the skeletals all make their way off to go and deliver the rest of these to other students that are wandering in the Heiferwith and the ether and whatnot. For your free afternoon, what do you guys wish to do?
Do we want to finally go investigate the graveyard?
We should probably do that at some point.
I
Yeah.
mean, like, we're all here and no one has anything else to do, right?
I
Yeah.
mean, I got time.
I
Do
guess
it.
I can spare an hour, maybe
I
2.
believe I
What's in
can-
an hour?
What?
What's in an hour?
60 minutes. What's in an hour with
What's
you?
in an hour?
What do you have to do?
Oh,
What plans do you
oh.
have?
right. No, just moon stuff. New moon, witchy, cosmic.
I
Nothing.
just realised that you went nothing. What's in an hour with you? Oh man. Oh,
You
cool.
didn't hear that.
I just tried to deflect. I don't know.
Okay, cool. So, investigating the graveyard, looking for a mausoleum.
Yeah.
Definitely not for any.
Looking for something.
Definitely not for any.
I have to
nefarious
reread my notes.
purposes.
Why did we even know about the graveyard in the first place?
What did you
Aurora-
know?
Something.
So Aurora told Rista initially that she wanted to slip off during magical
Yes.
creatures class
Yep.
to this graveyard nearby, and
Yeah.
Rista was like, "Oh no, we're not gonna do that. Like, I'm gonna sit here." But she did it anyway, and so later we all kind of realized, "Oh shoot, where was Aurora? Did she go to that thing?" And also we had the information from the library, like the book, that was like, "Ooh,
Yeah.
strange things happening here-ish," or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that's why, but I could be wrong.
Sounds about right.
It's about
I
right,
love
yeah.
seeing the cat's tail flicking through the blur in the
Yep, she's climbing on everything, including me.
Anything and everything.
Yep. Living her best life. It's my detriment. It's fine.
So, going into forest, looking for graveyard, looking for mausoleum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that being said, we were warned that it is incredibly dangerous, and stick together and be ready for something to go wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brandon
Because
is
I can't imagine anything going right
That would be too easy.
entirely.
It really would. Like, I mean, I could make everything go right for you, but then it wouldn't be D&D. It would just be storytelling.
Yeah, right.
So we
I'm
just have to
boring
all roll
storytelling.
really poorly.
Exactly.
That's the goal.
Yes.
Won't be too hard for me.
Nothing above a 10, please.
Yeah, I'd really prefer if there was, like, 7s and below. That'd be really great. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can only promise a 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? That's cool. Well, are you rolling with a D20 or are you rolling with a D4?
I mean, what's the difference? Really?
16.
With that, if you guys are making your way out and going to this place, then there's going to be dices involved. So make sure you got your dicicles there.
Always.
As with you guys having a free afternoon, that means some teachers have a free afternoon. So y'all's is going to have to roll stealth to not be seen going into the forest in the middle of the day.
There was a reason we were originally doing this at night, but honestly, it feels safer to do it in the day.
That's the thing. I feel like we
Pros
can
and
play it off.
So we all have an advanced version of Find Familiar, and our familiars when
do,
in active
indeed.
state can grant us special things. So I actually
Yeah,
get
right.
advantage to
Yeah.
stealth because of Renard. So
I completely
maybe
forgot
check
about
what you guys get boosted because of the familiar you chose. I'm pretty sure for Reckless it's also stealth and sleight of
Really?
hand.
Mine's acrobatics.
It's a raccoon, dude.
I'm gonna be
Yes,
honest.
they're
I completely
stealing.
forgot.
Yeah, no,
I completely
I'm
forgot
pretty
about this.
sure.
I don't have anything on stealth.
Oh no. Y'all don't have any notes on this?
I don't think
I
so.
have notes on it.
Yes.
Excuse me. I have thorough notes about
Excuse
my
me,
fox.
my familiar has a 4-page backstory, motherfucker.
It is simply, I know that mine is for acrobatics.
Nice.
Brandon, can you remind me where this extra skill comes from? Because it completely slipped my mind.
So the
Or,
dog,
like,
That's funny.
the Charlie, did you send it there?
I am looking for it in my notes right now. I will send it. It's the advanced find familiar thing,
Yep.
right?
How to train your familiar. Woo.
There it is.
Okay. So, the advanced find familiar spell is a spell that I found and thought, hey, I fucking like this, so it's going to be there. It's called the Arcane Familiar. So you summon it and, it does everything that a find familiar does, okay? Except it gets additional traits, senses, and abilities based on its form, as chosen from the list at the end of this chapter. So we were looking through them, and I'm trying to find the one that we used for you, if you just bear with me.
I'm wrong. It's deception sleight of hand. I have to.
Yeah,
roll again.
deception slid. Oh yeah, and we'd have the same one.
Oh right, because we have foxes. Aw.
Yeah.
I think I had to pick like badger or something because there wasn't a raccoon.
So just
That makes sense.
one
I'm
dice.
just going down to see
That's still good.
if it was that. there wasn't a raccoon. I do remember that. I think we did go with badger for you. And I'm pretty sure we swapped one of the badger's abilities around. Once I look at the badger, I'll be able to tell you for sure. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom, badger, 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 badger. Badger! There we go. No, it wasn't. It was the burrow speed. We swapped it for a climb speed. You get advantage on wisdom perception checks.
Okay. Yep, I forgot to write that down.
So we gotta make a stealth check?
Stealth check, people.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
makes
cast
sense.
So sorry, I
guidance
will
on
be right
myself
back. I gotta
before
grab
I
this.
stealth.
No worries.
Very good. What'd you say? Oh, guidance. Yeah. good for you.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
the
really good for
stealth
you.
is- Although, can't you wild shape?
Yeah.
You're gonna.
That's how I normally do it, but I'd rather
You're gonna-
save that for an emergency.
No, I
True.
get it. Because what if you need to wild shape?
What if I just need to turn into a different raccoon?
You know? Yeah,
or
like it
another
happens.
fox.
We do have a few of those.
Yeah.
Is there any way that you would let us, our familiars, give us the help action?
So, one of the things that they can do as, you know,
In an active form?
in an act, one of the things they can do because they're special familiars is they can act like another ally. So yes, they can give the help action as long as it's within like a feasible limit. Like a fish familiar could not give you the help action for climbing.
Yeah.
But
Well, would it be reasonable to say that I summon Poppy and I tell her like to watch out for anyone coming?
that could definitely be something they do. Yeah,
Yeah,
I would say that
Reynard
counts as the
might.
help action.
I may
Do I get
ask
to roll again?
Reynard to cause a distraction for the same
Yeah.
reason. Like, go, like, knock something over and everybody crowds around it.
Guys, if we need a distraction, I got this. Or rather, Abandon's got this.
That's true.
Oh no, we need a distraction, but none of our familiars quite fit the bill. This is your time, Abandon.
My time has come. So just a base stealth check, but we can have our familiars give us the help action, right?
They can, yeah, as long as you can think of a feasible way that they would assist you in being stealthy, yes. So causing a distraction or something like that.
I don't
I'm
think
just gonna-
Fang would approve.
All right. That's a 22.
Awesome.
Constantine's used to not being noticed. He kind of blends.
Yeah. That's kind of sad. I get it, though.
He's the opposite of me.
So, a 22 from the lovely Constantine. What about the rest of you?
So,
I got an 18.
I got
So I roll
20. Dirty.
so I roll a 4.
Oh,
And then,
yeah.
and then my fox gives me a help action, and then I roll a
Right.
1. So I'm gonna take the 4.
I would, personally.
Just it seems a little better.
I've now deemed that simply because of that, your fox helping you made things worse. That your fox is now essentially Alexis Rose from Schitt's Creek.
Oh,
But
that's
the
correct,
floor
though.
is muddy.
she didn't get enough beauty sleep last night.
Absolutely, that's exactly the issue right there. Okay, so you're taking a 4, so your stealth check is not going well. Eldwin, what did you get?
I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. And to the other member of the party, Ren, what did you get?
18. 1-8.
1-8. Hello, Gwen. How are you?
She's jumping on all of my things
Did
in
you
a way that
catch-
could hurt
Did you
her.
catch the birds?
No, she did not.
gave me the evilest look I've ever received in my life off an animal.
That was bitterness.
That
she
was
was like, you know very
horrific.
well I didn't.
She's upset that I'm holding her, but she literally jumped into my lap, so I don't know what she thought was gonna happen here.
But that's typical cat bullshit. Typical cat
Yes, it is.
bullshit. I want you to do this thing. Okay, why the fuck did you do that?
Hey, give me love and affection. Why are you touching me? Ew.
Yeah,
That's
gaslight
what-
gatekeep girl boss.
This is why I like dogs. Dogs is like, hey, pet my head. Why? Because it's gonna be good.
Wow. That cat is, like, trying to moon us right now through the filter.
That cat is catting so hard right now.
Jeez. No, for real.
There's never been a
That's like
cat
the
that
blurry
catted
mat.
so hard.
This is my new reality.
This is crazy. I love
ca-
that.
That cat thinks it's a parrot.
Whoa! Okay.
Right.
Does
Not the
Fang do
craziest
that?
thing she's done. She's fine.
Does,
she's
does
on
Fang
the
do that to
printer.
Achillea? Does, like, Fang, like, lay in Achilles'
Yes.
crown?
Yeah. Fang Lake is often climbing in Achilles' antlers.
Nice.
I love that. I really, really do. Okay, so, Rista, I have to ask, what's the total of your stealth check?
I rolled a 3, so it was a 4.
Okay.
I thought the
You were trying to
roll-
help me there. I could see it. I appreciate it.
I was trying my hardest.
I mean, doesn't it make sense? We're going into the woods.
A little
Of
bit.
course, Risto would be the one who would be like, there's a stick. There's mud. I can't take it.
I feel like Achilles might also just make that worse for Rista by, like, on occasion flicking up an extra tiny bit of mud.
As you guys make your way into the woods, to begin, your trudge towards your target area, you're no more than 5-10 feet inside this forest before there is a voice from behind you. Do you all have a pass to be here?
Eldwin's gonna split off and come back and go, "Oh, I'm sorry. Who is it?" That
Professor
asked that?
Andrus, he is the spirituality and necromancy instructor. A very, very well-dressed individual. He wears all the pieces of a 3-piece suit except for the
Okay.
jacket. Waistcoat,
Okay.
shirt, tie.
Okay.
And the material is made of either a deep smoky grey or a deep, like Vanta black. Waistcoat, tie, and trousers. He has shoes, highly polished, and Oxford's not brogues, by the way, the proper way to do shoes. But anything that's in this black material, when you look at it, you swear there's something moving within it.
That is intimidating.
Professor Andrus, you look brilliant today.
He also wears a wide-brimmed fedora. Not a trilby hat.
Oh, wow.
Like, I'm
Oh,
talking...
wait.
Wait, hold on. I need to specify
chance,
what
give
I
him a
mean by
chance.
that. Like, I'm talking like deep south blues, wide-brimmed hat. Okay? I'm not talking evening
Milady.
lady. I'm not... That's a trilby hat. I'm talking a proper,
Sure.
authentic, deep south blues, wide-brimmed fedora. Okay?
Right.
At some point during the break, I have one somewhere. I'll find it and show you what I mean.
Okay.
And it's one of those
Franchise
ones, it kind of
character.
sits like resting on the back of the head, so it forms almost like a slanted halo. Long black hair, very, very neatly combed and such, but it hangs over his chest and down the back, with a very well-trimmed mustache and goatee. His familiar is with him, which is a small, undead pseudo-dragon, which looks like bones of a pseudo-dragon held together by glowing green necrotic energy.
I love it.
But yeah, that is who has you. And he's kind of looking at you all with a very confused, but this little smirk, slightly amused little look.
Yeah. I was like, "Oh, Professor Andrus, you look amazing today. We're supposed to meet Professor Campbell in the woods to help with some extracurricular activity to help our grade go up. Unfortunately, none of us are doing well in care of magical creatures, and he wanted us to help with some fire slug nests? I don't know if I fully understand, but yeah, we're supposed to go meet him. Is this not the right way?
For the sake
to
of
get to where we're
copyright,
supposed
this
to
is
be going?
magizoology, not care of magical creatures.
Sorry, no, sorry.
Copyrighted!
See, I don't even know what the
J.K.
class is
Rowling.
called.
Right.
Goodness.
Um,
I don't pay nearly
I do think that there is a
attention
possibility
to
that he asked us to meet at the edge of the woods. I could have sworn that he told us to go meet him, where we usually have class.
No.
No, I
That's
thought
not
it
really
was
said to
for
go away.
sure inside the woods, and I would know. I take extra credit incredibly seriously.
I'm going to need all of you to make deception checks.
You should.
I shouldn't have opened my
No,
mouth.
no,
I have a
no,
minus
Come on,
one.
dude. Come on. Okay. With Bernard, I do get advantage to this one, though.
Yeah, so do I. For the love of God.
It's a good
That's
thing I
really
have my
good.
necromancy dice to hand.
That's okay.
Does Achillia, who did not open their mouth in this situation, also need to roll deception?
You haven't lied.
Question. I said I take extra credit very seriously. That's not a lie.
It's
Ooh.
not, but you are the one that also said,
Persuasion?
no, he said we've to meet him inside the forest.
I rolled a 12.
Mm-mm.
Probably shouldn't have opened my mouth. Have a -1.
I got a 24.
So I guess I wasn't joking. That's an 8. With advantage.
It seems
God.
it seems to be kind of like until Rista speaks, and then it's well now. Let us begin this again. Am I to understand that I have some perhaps overly curious first years sneaking around in an attempt to venture into places restricted to them by the school's incredibly strict doctrine and laws?
No, Professor, certainly not.
Allow me. We are interested in the impeccable art of necromancy, and we are planning to visit the mausoleum.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
I still got this one, but the advantage helps.
So
That was so
I just missed
slick.
the woods.
That was
I just
actually so
missed the-
slick.
That was so good.
Oh, I rolled a 10 on my first one. Ah!
But you have advantage.
I have advantage. Okay, that's a 16.
He smiles and he's like, why, it is very rare that I find any first years with an active adoration for the art that is necromancy and the rites of the... Not only am I going to give you written permission, I will escort you and I'll give you a tour.
Awesome.
Lovely.
That would
sounds
be
incredible. Thank
much
you.
appreciated.
He's then going to turn to
Understanding.
he's going to turn to his familiar. He's going to go, Thanatos, please do me a favour. Please go to the headmaster and inform him that I have 4 first-year students who I am taking into the forest. They will be with me. I accept all those blah 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 blah. Please go and tell him now. Thank you.
Thanatos, clever name, the god of death.
One of the many. I've had a conversation. Lovely chap. Terrible at chess. Shall we move on?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Lead the way, Professor.
As they say, allons-y, and it starts walking towards. Not only now you don't need to make checks to make sure you're going the right direction, as he's leading you there.
I will quickly lean over to Constantine and say, well done.
I'm not used to lying. I'm shocked that that worked.
I think you weren't entirely lying.
That's how I justified it in my own head.
We do have an interest in the mausoleum. That's certainly true.
And
Very true.
necromancy,
It's
one
very
could argue.
I would just love to make a quick observation that the 4 dice rolls that I've made thus far in the session have been a 1, a 3, a 4, and a 5.
I'm just
yeah, you
really
said
glad I
nothing
rolled
below
a 17.
I broke my promise. I did go above a 4, so I
You
apologize.
did, you got a 5. Yeah. You're gonna have to tone it
Okay.
down. That's a little too much. A little too
I think
good.
I think I'll have
I
to.
feel like Gina, didn't really want to say this live on air, but I feel like you're trying too hard. Okay, smooth the 5 back, please. Okay, keep it below a 4, and we won't have any more problems.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'll try to be worse.
Great
I'm
roll
trying to
of
get my
cyber-
lowest.
you're
No,
finding
but
your
for
roll.
real, Gina, like just take your dice and burn them. Okay,
I gotta like baptize them.
I'm gonna
or something, I
like
don't know.
I'm gonna like
Give me a
send
new
Here,
you.
one.
Monzo.
I'll make you some new ones.
I'm gonna send you some dice. Okay.
Please do. And like I was rolling poorly on my online dice too. I don't know if I just have a curse on me.
You know, I know a guy who can help you with that, maybe.
Yeah.
You'll do that, right, Charlie?
I only cast curses. I don't break them.
Damn.
I will.
I'm
I
out
will,
of luck.
I will send you dice. I will send you them. But by the way, absolutely not sponsored at all by them, right? But I bought dice from like a geek store in Glasgow the other day, which is like the big city closest to me. And these dice are fucking brilliant. Like they're fucking phenomenal, by the way. So if you're in Glasgow and you want good dice, go to Geekaboo. It's really fucking
Oh, for
good.
sure. I'm in Glasgow all the time. I'll make sure
Yeah,
to check
no,
it out.
next time I'm just hanging out in Glasgow. Pop in.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming to see us
Yeah,
today,
I'll
folks.
stop there
I've been your
before
DM
it's
with him. Anyway, so Professor Andrus takes you all the way to the mausoleum. He gets to the gate, and there's like the gate of the graveyard has it's like wrought iron fence. And as you approach it, the fence is a sound of twisting and creaking metal as it forms a face. And the face looks at Andrus, and Andrus looks at the face, and it speaks to him. What languages does everybody understand again?
I speak
Common,
Elvish and
Drew.
Primordial.
Draconic, Druidic, Primordial, Sylvan, and Common.
Okay,
I'm playing Dwarvish, Elvish, and then reading Draconic.
okay.
Yeah, that's
Deep
only
speech,
reading,
reading
absolutely.
Draconic, and I can speak Common on a good day.
Okay, cool. So none of you can understand the language they speak. But the gate speaks to him in this voice that sounds like creaking doors.
Door speech, my favorite.
Do you speak door? I can give you an elocution class. It's so good. And Professor Andrus answers, at which point it twists apart again and the gate opens and brings you into the graveyard. The graveyard... Sorry, what is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bran. Just a quick refresher. So
Yes.
we know that... What was her name?
Aurora.
Aurora.
It was Aurora. Okay. We know that Aurora was here.
Mhm.
Did we also confirm that this was where the Blood and Bone Society meets?
Fantastic question. Can you roll me a history check, please?
I think we
I'm
did.
trying to look through my notes, but I can't find exactly.
Dang it, we shouldn't have taken 2 weeks to do this. We don't remember.
I mean, that was a 14...
2 weeks for our characters is like several months for us.
I'm gonna pop one of my
Hold on, let me see.
dice
Damn.
to add a D4, and then I get that back at the end of the long rest, right, Brandon?
End of a long rest, yep.
6 months ago.
Okay, that brings it up to a 19. Wait. No, sorry, 18. I can do math.
So what is it, an 18 or a 19?
It's an 18, sorry.
An 18, no problem. So on an 18... On an 18, here's what you get. You know from shenanigans that the Blood and Bone Society has been rumoured to be a part of the Academy as long as the Academy has been a thing. You also do get that it was known that they frequented the graveyard, and the closest they ever got to finding them was that somehow a bunch of kids ran into the mausoleum, but they disappeared. And there was no way that they could be followed. They couldn't find them in it, and they couldn't identify the kids either.
Were the kids ever found?
Oh, I mean, it's far... They couldn't identify the kids, so it wasn't like they ran away never to be seen again. It was more like whenever they were chasing the kids, the kids ran towards the mausoleum, went inside the mausoleum, but then when the others went inside of it, no kids were there.
And the Blood and Bone Society, while we found like an actual book that, you know, is a part of the order, it's something that like people would have heard about, right?
So most people that attend the academy usually pick up information about it. Some people whose parents were part of it might know about it. Some people whose parents were part of it may have kept it like a secret and such, but for the most part, if you come here within your first year at some point, you will hear the rumours about the Blood and Bone Society.
Okay.
So who is this graveyard reserved for, Professor Andrus? people who die here, teachers who request
It's a
to be
fantastic
buried,
question.
or
It
was
truly
this land?
is. This land was originally owned by the founders of the academy, and they used it to bury, loved ones, fellows that came along to participate in the education and such. And on a few very, very sad cases, some students were buried here.
And that is if their bodies are not requested to be returned home. Yes.
Of course. These were more often than not students who perhaps lived here all year round, which is something that has happened on a few cases.
I'm just going to remind my fellow players of something that I'm just reading my notes. Professor Andrus was the one who we either were supposed to and didn't, or we did return the book to. We did return the book to him, right?
No, you were supposed to.
No.
It hasn't been returned yet.
Okay.
Have it.
So we have it.
Yeah, we have it.
But I wrote my name in it, and it's now giving me
Yeah.
information. So it's kind of like a little bit damning evidence, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were
And, like-
supposed to return the book to this guy.
It's not our fault the second years thought it would be better to pawn it off to first years. To
Yeah,
get
No,
it
fucking-
dead.
Wait
Killian.
a minute. Professor Andres is the orchestra teacher too.
Yeah.
I know
You
this
know
guy.
this guy.
I've seen his Hero Forge model. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Cool. We're good.
He's a delightful
We really-
fellow.
We
He's
really should have done a
While we're on the subject of it as well, he's also the husband of Professor Braxilia.
Yes.
Right.
Lucky guy.
You know, Professor, I feel like playing our second movement here would be incredibly tranquil and peaceful. Very symbolic of what the movement represents.
Do you know, I have to agree with you, Eldrin, I truly do. It's not often that one can associate the particular movements of music and attach them so expertly to particular environments and atmospheres, but it's very telling that you are good at that.
I know grief and melancholy when I hear it.
Such a wonderful dance partner, are they not?
Indeed. Not as good of a dance partner as Rista. You should ask her sometime.
Well, perhaps at the upcoming ball, who knows?
Oh, don't remind me.
Oh, well, Elvin will just have to ask me for a dance.
Are you not looking forward to the ball,
Well, of course.
Mr. Constantine?
What, dancing isn't really my strong suit. Frankly, one of these graves looks like it would be more fun.
Be careful what you wish for, my boy. The allure of the afterlife can be incredibly intoxicating.
I assume that it gets stronger around finals.
It was
Well-
certainly strong yesterday.
Oh, it wasn't that bad, surely.
One of my classmates fainted.
That's true.
Ah, yes. The Willowend boy, yes. Quite
The
a,
one who was spooked by the squirrel.
quite a nervous disposition on that one.
Quite frankly, how do you summon a squirrel when you're trying to summon a primal element?
It's not the worst we've had. At one point, a blue whale ended up in one of the classrooms.
Oh my.
Terrible.
Size accurate?
Incredibly
happened to the
size
whale?
accurate. Well, I mean, terribly unfortunate business. See, they're not designed to be out of the, water for that long.
Someone beached a whale in the middle of the auditorium.
But there was a healthy resolution to it.
What ate it?
Oh no, nobody ate it. I believe if you
Oh,
go
thank
swimming
God.
deep enough in the lake nearby, you'll still find it.
I didn't think the lake was that big.
The lake is a saltwater lake?
It's enchanted to fit any that need it.
The Academy
I've
is in
heard
every
people
season, so
do
that's
that.
not too surprising.
Of all the capabilities of magic, you'd be surprised what you can do to a simple collaboration of, hydrogen and oxygen in a liquid form.
Fascinating.
But anyway, we're not here to talk about transfiguration and transmutation. We're here to talk about necromancy.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
We do have several very high esteem alumni buried here as well. We have several members of incredibly esteemed families who go back generations and generations within the academy.
Okay.
And then we have a mausoleum, and he gestures up to the mausoleum at the back and he goes, now this is one of the greatest mysteries of this place. It does belong to a family who once attended here, but we have no records of the family's name or who it was that built it. So it's just currently an unnamed mausoleum. All that's inside of it are an empty sarcophagus and a statue.
And what of the rumors?
What rumors are you talking about?
Oh, Rista, do you remember? I believe we recently covered the disappearances of the students attending the supposed. Oh, what was it called? I believe it was the.
Lays and sorcery or whatever?
No, I believe it was the Blood and Bones Society, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah,
There
I was hearing
deal
some
of-
people talking about it. It was truly terrifying. It almost made me not want to come here, but my interest was too piqued. What happened there? How long ago did that happen?
The Blood and Bone Society incident you're discussing was quite some time ago. As far as I'm aware, when
Insight.
register was done the next day, when attendance was taken, all children were accounted for. So it must have just been some clever children who managed to double round and, give the slip to some of the guards that used to be on, in presence in the school grounds on those days. You wanted to roll an insight check?
that? Yeah,
I would
knowing
also like
that
to
we're
roll an
supposed to
insight
return
check.
this book to him,
Of course you
the
can.
book that gave us this information. Okay. I don't have good wisdom, so Achillea, this is low-key gonna have to be you.
Only if I roll well.
Do I
Oh
even
yeah,
know?
no, Eldwin's smart enough to be suspicious. He's not smart enough to get anything. He got a 13. On
I'll
that.
try as well, but we'll see.
I
Yeah, I'll
rolled like ass. I
try.
got a 9.
Nothing can hurt.
Okay, that's actually a 21.
Whoa.
Yeah, I rolled a
Okay.
19. That's the only reason.
So I did break my rule. I did roll a 6.
Ooh.
Sorry to-
you're getting
I'm sorry
even
to be so-
higher.
Just to be such a high achiever, but that brings me up to a 9.
God, at this rate, you're gonna be rolling high. Like, damn. Ugh.
Yeah, if I roll as high as a 15, I'm completely screwed.
Sweat.
Your reputation's over.
Yeah.
To anybody that rolled below an 11, he seems to just be, fairly loose on the details and stuff like that. He's not really entirely sure of it. To those who got above an 11, because he rolled
He rolled
garbage.
really low?
He rolled really, really low.
Oh wow.
Not as low as me.
Rolled a 7.
Oh, okay.
But to those who got above an 11, when he's talking, it's not so much that he's trying to lie, he's purposely leaving parts of it, what's the word to describe it? Obvious, to try and gauge why you would be asking these questions. It's like as you're inciting him, he's reverse inciting you, trying to bait you into, oh, but what about this? And then go, aha, how'd you know about that, huh? You lying little shit.
Okay. In lieu of that, I think Eldwin's gonna try to deflect and go, and this mausoleum, I mean, it must have been built by a family who's still got some prominent role in the college today, yes? Who here has a long history of family lineages coming to the college?
Well, there are 3 incredibly prominent families that have attended the academy. One of them, I highly doubt that they are buried here. They tend to, prefer home burials and such. But that would be the von Zarovich family.
Oh, interesting.
The other family that is, well, quite close to all of our hearts. We do have several members of them buried here, but we don't really hold a lot of... We don't think it belongs to them because they have people buried in the graveyard themselves, and that would be the Aldemara family. One of the most recent attendees is in your year, and in fact, one of them is fairly new to our staff.
Oh, interesting.
Sarah's my roommate.
Sarah,
She's such a lovely girl.
fantastic lineage, tremendously powerful bloodline. The other family would be a family that hasn't had somebody attend here in back to when I was a child attending here. And that would be the
Not that long ago, then, surely.
I see what you're trying to do, and I'll have you know that flattery is like butter in the pan to me. That would be the Galax family. But they haven't had somebody attend since some time.
And now, have any of these graves or the mausoleum been disturbed? I understand that there are certain ethical practices amongst necromancy. Like, you don't necessarily want to violate the corpses of any well-revered people, right?
There have been some occasions where we have exhumed certain prominent members purely for the sake of, engaging in brief conversations. But they're always reburied with the greatest of respect.
Please, I'm sorry, we have so many questions. Continue with the tour.
As you say, and he'll lead you around, again, stopping at a couple of tombstones here and there, pointing out prominent people within the Academy's history. But he does take you up to the mausoleum. It's not closed over or locked or anything. The mausoleum is very, very able to be entered. Very, very clean. Lots of grey, like really, really deep grey slate stone. But inside the floor is black marble with a kind of red veining through it. The sarcophagus that is there is made from, again, black marble, but it is carved so that when the light catches it, it looks like a body with a cloth draped over it. So the carvings on the face of it are like the folds and bends in cloth as it lies over a person. But again, heavy marble. This thing probably hasn't been opened in centuries.
It's only the one sarcophagus.
Yes, it is. Only the one here.
Is this like he said that they don't know what family this belonged to? Is there any like runes, any crest, nothing, no indication?
That would be, if you're looking for something specific, that would be an investigation check.
Could I do an investigation check just by looking at it, or would I have to go inside?
I mean, if you're more than welcome to go inside, you can do that. If you're making an investigation check without going inside, it would just be the outside surface that you would get to investigate. But you could still do it if you would like to.
If he's allowing us and giving us free reign to go in, I'm gonna go in and just look around.
Of course, you have full permission to do so.
Yeah, I'd also like to go in, but I would like to make like an Arcana check to see if there's any kind of,
Okay, so Arcana check is, I understand where you're getting at.
Right.
Try to see if there's any latent magics lying around.
Sure.
Arcana check doesn't do that. Arcana check is more like if you're trying to recall specific information about magical things. So like if you had like a sword, casting Arcana wouldn't tell you if it's magical and what the magic does. But it would say to you, there are runes written on here that denote that it could potentially be a magic item. You might want to cast to detect magic to find out.
Okay.
Instead,
could I... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, instead, could I make like an investigation check to see if there's
You
any
certainly
kind of
can.
levers or something like that?
Investigation
Yeah,
check
I was
also
gonna
works.
say I might change my objective to see if there's any like blood and bones indication, like any like no dust where there should be dust or something like that.
Okay.
I'd like to investigate if there's any scuff marks on the floor around the
Absolutely, you feel free to do that. Akelia, anything you'd like to do while you're here?
I I'm just gonna stare at the statue, and then when I'm done staring at the statue, I'm gonna stare at like the where the face would be in the sarcophagus cloth. I think this is the first time Achilles ever been in a graveyard or in a mausoleum.
Okay, so the statue that you're looking at here is a robed spectre with large carved skeletal wings. The wings are enchanted for smoke to drip off of them, so that falling, instead of membrane in between these skeletal wings, it's like smoke instead of that thin membrane that would catch the wind. Instead of a sickle or a large scythe, it is holding a mirror. You can see your reflection in the mirror. Everything is, above and beyond there. But there is writing along the top of the mirror. Okay?
I'm gonna copy
the
down that writing into my own personal notebook.
Okay, that's the base description before any of the rolls that are made, because I didn't get a chance to finish describing the statue inside. But now, if you're all making your checks, please feel free to do that. Investigations all around, but for specific things. So, by all means, go ahead, guys.
Wow, I'm rolling well today.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Someone has to.
Eldwood, what did you get for
40.
looking for scuff marks?
Looking for scuff marks, I got a 14.
On a 14, there are no scuff marks around the sarcophagus. If it's ever been moved, there's zero evidence of it. Rista, looking for anything that denotes the idea of the Blood and Bone Society being here. Dust where there's not supposed to be dust, that kind of stuff. What did you roll?
A 9.
A 9? Okay. There's not anything here that would maybe make you think that it's being used as some kind of hangout. It's quite a small place. You guys can fit inside it, but anybody else coming inside here with you would be a bit of a squeeze.
Yeah.
Don't see any. There's no bookshelves to look for books that have been disturbed. There's no lingering trails of dust or anything like that. It's a fairly well taken care of place.
I'm gonna do something after.
No worries. I'll
After
come back to you
Constantine.
once I've got Constantine and Achillia. Okay, Constantine.
24.
A 24. And what is it you were looking for again?
I'm looking for any kind of mechanical or magical mechanisms.
Okay.
Oh, you push this thing and it moves.
Okay, cool. So,
National Treasure shit.
alright, cool. So looking around, and you said you got a 24.
Yes.
So looking around on it, you see Achillia kind of taking writing down the writing on top of this mirror, and you would recognise it. The writing at the top of the mirror. Where did I put the? Here, it's over here. The writing on top of this mirror says, "Usque ad mortem ed post," which is one of the phrases that appeared in the book when
Okay.
you had a hold of it. Usque ad mortem ed post being attached to the Blood and Bone Society book, and also being written over here. It's not often that you would see kind of writing in this fashion. It's as you get in a bit closer to seeing Achillia writing that down, you can see the particular way that it's written, the font it's written in. It's written in segmented circles that you see can be rotated. That's about
So
the
are
closest thing you'll. So
Are they out of order or like?
no.
What do you mean?
So it says across the rim of this mirror, "Usque ad
Right.
mortem ed post," right? But the writing itself is made up of a number of circles that can be rotated around so that the lines match up differently.
Okay. Can I start rotating them?
In a moment, I do have to get to Achillea first.
Yeah.
Achillea, you were rolling, specifically looking at this statue.
Yeah.
Okay, what did you roll?
I rolled an 18.
An 18. Okay, on an 18, you'll see the exact same thing that I've just said there to Constantine. But on top of that, as you're here looking around here, there's a breeze coming from this statue.
Interesting. And is the statue right up against a wall?
No.
Okay. Interesting.
So with that, Dan, I know that you have something you want to do, but Gina did say that they had something to do. So Gina, Rista, you had something you wanted to do.
Yeah, as we've all congregated around the statue, I'm gonna put my hand on the base of it and I'm gonna cast Identify on the statue.
Fantastic. You cast Identify on the statue, and as you do, the doors to the mausoleum close. You gain all the information about the statue by casting Identify on it. The statue is a doorway. That is a doorway that can be accessed very easily. You just have to know how to put all these in place so that they spell the password. You know the rotating glyphs? With Identify, you would also gain everything you need to know to make it work. You would have to rotate these dials, which usually form an image of just a part of a border. But rotated in the right way, they spell out the words. Usque ad mortem et post.
Is the professor outside the door?
That's what I was about to ask.
He is.
Yeah.
Rista, what did you do?
I casted a
fuck?
spell.
What the
I didn't know I'd react. Professor?
He's yes, is everything okay in there?
Well, the doors are closed.
Must have been the wind.
Pesky wind. It does that fairly often with heavy stone mausoleum doors. Yes, very much so.
I mean, there was wind in here, though.
Just out of curiosity, what if you're in there? Have you tried opening the book?
Constantine, did you bring the book?
Book.
What book?
I have many books.
I start going through his book bag, looking for the book that I know he brought.
I'm gonna slap your hands.
So you kind of knew right away, huh?
He's going to step through the doors, appearing as a ghostly apparition, and go, yes. When you have the book, when you're bound to the book, you can tell when someone takes over. I just wasn't entirely sure who. But, once you have a group of first years, trying to go off and see a mausoleum usually gives quite an obvious hint. So who is the new owner of the book? And he looks to Constantine and goes, Usque ad mortem et post. It means till death and beyond.
I'll rotate the...
They're already in place.
Oh, okay. So, perhaps, since we have dropped this illusion, you can tell us more about the society that I have joined, apparently.
The Blood and Bones Society was formed by two of the founders of the Academy, as well as a handful of their most gifted students. There's only ever supposed to be 7 members. Only 7. No more, no less. Despite being a teacher, and despite having rules I must abide by, there is one I cannot abide, and that is that magic must be limited in its education. I abhor that idea. How can you truly understand magic if you do not understand all parts of it? What use is there in forbidding certain studies of magic? It is not to say one should actively practice these, but knowing how they work, understanding how they operate, and knowing how to combat them. That is the beginning of the Blood and Bone Society.
Hence things like blood magic, which is known to be fairly unstable, necromancy, which is commonly frowned upon by commoners,
Going so
inserts
far and so...
taboo type of magic
Yes,
here.
very much so.
Psionics and stuff like that.
Psionics is not actually seen as taboo, which I find strange, considering it is about manipulation of the mind.
Magic from the far realms, I mean, that's where known reality begins to unravel. Surely magic like that would want to be contained.
The point is, the Blood and Bone Society has always had a history of stepping into the unknown, stepping into the forbidden, and embracing the taboo. As it was once put by one of the members of my time. In a world where people don't want to believe in monsters, we are the monsters, so they never know what the true monsters are. As I like to put it, there are things out there that go bump in the night. It is time we learned how to bump back.
So to learn the dark arts is to prevent them from taking over, infiltrating. It's a preventative method.
So you have said that there were 7 members. Did
There
that just
have-
become 7?
By signing your name in the book, not only did you become one of the 7, you became the first.
I'm sorry, the first?
There's no leader of the Blood and Bone Society, but think of it as the note taker, the archivist, the scribe, or at one point when I was the one doing it, as I was known by one of my friends, the one with the pen.
That's a role that I
You
believe
just got stereotyped so hard into that, Constantine. I'm sorry.
I will
strange.
say,
What archetype is he ever going to fit into?
I will say it was really funny when it was Constantine that was the one that wrote his name, and I was like, this is going to pigeonhole you so fucking bad.
And also, could you imagine if Rista did?
Oh my
That wouldn't
God.
fit her at all.
So, is that to say that older members of the Order must retire? After all, this book was given to us by Ambrosia's older brother, which means he had it in his belonging.
So that's what he took. Oh, he's not a member, by the way. He's just a rampaging kleptomaniac.
Ah, I see. Understandable, actually.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, this book was supposed to be returned to you. Our apologies.
So how often are new members chosen? If I am the first of what, this year? This decade?
There's been a bit of a lapse, if I'm 100% honest. We haven't had a fully structured order in roughly 30 years.
Wow.
So is it my job to refound this society, given that I am the...
Well, given that it is a secret society, and that the 4 of you are here and have heard quite a lot of information, I think the only thing to say was all 4 of you must now become members. Or Mr. Constantine is going to have to kill you.
You can
Well,
certainly
dang.
try. It wouldn't
as
go
much
well
as
for him,
that,
but I'd be down for it.
as much as that does sound appealing, at least for some of the ones present. I suppose we should all work together on this.
Mr. Constantine, I was not honestly going to pitch you into killing fellow students. What kind of a teacher would I be? No.
Every other teacher here.
I mean, we have to create the bodies for necromancy somehow.
And I would make a
I would
fantastic
like
corpse.
it to be made very clear. Any corpses we receive for the study of necromancy and burial rites are donated to us. We do not kill students in order to gain materials for the curriculum.
That's
No,
a damn
another
thing.
thing. Not that we're
don't kill students.
If we are being transparent, sir, what did happen to those students?
Oh, it was simple. We ran into the mirror and we disappeared.
We?
You.
Ah, that makes sense.
Well, it seems we really ran into the correct person here. I mean, can you imagine if we found this all out on our own?
That would have been
Thank God
so
that Risky was
interesting.
squealing about the mud on her boots. Can you imagine if we'd actually snuck past you?
Well, if you're going to get
And I
squeamish,
still have it on my boots.
if you're going
Thank
to
you
get
very much.
squeamish about mud on your boots, then you're definitely going to hate going inside the statue.
Shall we?
Dead bodies is a different thing.
Oh no, it's
That sounds like-
cobwebs.
That's okay, just walk behind me, Rista. I'm like 7 feet tall, and then I have antlers. None of the cobwebs will transfer after me.
I will gladly use you as a shield. Thank you.
Pathetic.
Once you go inside, you'll reach a door. In order to get through the door, you have to bare your soul. There are no secrets within the Blood and Bone Society. That is the point of this. You will hold no secret from each other. Within its confines, within the boundaries of our sanctum, it's impossible to lie.
Are you
You
not
mu-
coming with us?
My time within the society was done the moment that Mr. Constantine signed his name.
Dang.
My apologies, I did not mean to override
There is
your...
nothing to apologize for, my boy. I am glad to see it has been resurrected.
Will we still be able to contact you for help?
Anything that I can help you with, I will gladly assist you in. A word of warning to you. There is a private library within our sanctum. You will have full access to all the books within it. However, some of those books detail certain rituals and spells that should not be attempted unless you are incredibly sure you wish to deal with the results or potential consequences.
A lot of trust
I-
in first years.
We are first years, maybe. Some
So that
restraint.
means
I've already been...
don't let the person who we know was already trying to get into this mausoleum into the private library, Rista.
I am already in charge of taking care of tomes beyond my knowledge at the official library. I assume that we will be able to do the same here.
There are tomes in here with information that many have sought for centuries, that we have been bestowed upon us by our forebears before us. You will find active copies of the Ritual of Dread within these shelves. You will find ways to learn how to, and he gestures to himself, split your being between the corporeal and incorporeal. You will find knowledge of tinctures and elixirs that will give you capabilities beyond the norm. But each of these things will come at a great price. I must also confirm to you there is a chalice within one of our treasuries. Do not drink from it.
Okay. What would happen?
The rim of the chalice is a blade. It cuts your lips so that when you drink from it, you are given the chalice as gifts, which means you'll never drink anything from it again. You'll favour drinking things only from people's necks.
Oh. Well. Never been a fan of vampirism.
Yeah, I already know someone who with
Yeah,
that
me neither.
particular curse. It doesn't seem.
Just to clarify, there's not like another chalice. It's just like one specific.
Oh,
chalice.
you'll
There's not,
know
like,
the one I'm
multiple
talking
ones.
about.
Okay.
Imagine the most vampiric-looking cup you could ever picture. Now add a bunch more vampire stuff onto it. That's it.
Okay, cool.
It could not be more obvious.
Truly dripping with blood.
You said treasury. Are there other artifacts?
There are some, but we don't have access. We never had access to all of them. Some of them are locked behind puzzles we couldn't figure out.
Sounds like a worthy challenge.
Yes, you have fun with that. Sounds very exciting. Secret order, bearing your soul, all that. I think my hour's up.
Eldwin?
I'm scared of opening up
Oh,
again.
no, I'm sorry, but Professor Andrus has recently posted the music for a solo, and I do intend on auditioning and getting it, so I have
Oh,
to
Professor
practice.
Andrus also suggested that we kill you if you leave.
That
It
wasn't serious.
won't-
And again, you're welcome to try.
It won't be a kill thing,
Oh.
but you must understand this is an order of secrets. The reason
Oh, there could-
the reason the doors are closed is because to exit them requires you either to go one way or to not remember another.
Right. I've had my memories wiped before.
When have you had your memories? Do I want to know?
I had a
that?
rough childhood.
And we also. Not even going to get into it.
Eldwin, you do realize that not only by exiting without swearing to secrecy, you are a threat to the validity of a secret society. But not only that, we now have more to suspect of you, given that you are proving that you have a secret that you will not share, which could make you even more dangerous than knowing this. Do you understand that, correct?
Sounds like my memories will be wiped. Not terribly worried.
Can I message
mean-
to Eldwin?
Yes, you can.
A message to him.
You're not inside the
Gosh,
sanctum yet, so
Gosh, a taboo library with answers to every possible situation could solve a lot of very specific problems.
And if only I was willing to discuss said problems with you.
You don't need to.
Bearing your soul, no secrets? Great not. Not for me. Not yet.
I mean, like after Achille lets them do their little thing. It's just like out loud to like the group. I'm very open about wanting to be a hag when I'm done here. Like, I'm pretty sure the least of our concerns is whatever secret you don't want us to know. Everyone seems fine with it. Like, it's gonna be great.
How much blood is on your hands, Achilles?
Real, fake, plant, or animal?
Let's go with real.
how much blood is on your hands? You're going to have to narrow that down.
Currently, in my entire life.
Less
kind of blood?
than not more than you would think, less than it could be.
Not delightfully cryptic.
I have enough blood on my hands that I don't care to revisit it or disclose them.
You know, that sounds like something you should work out with a therapist.
That's a special kind of word.
Do you not have therapists in your realms?
Constantine certainly hasn't heard of one.
Oh, baby.
Is that like a Feywild thing?
I mean, the Fae is
No.
everything good about the material plane, like a little too good, so.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. We have therapy.
Eldwin, I course we won't keep you, especially if your memory will be wiped. But I will say I'll be incredibly disappointed. Your time here, well, let's just say I've enjoyed our little rivalry, but I don't see it continuing after I have access to a fount of forbidden knowledge. But by all means, enjoy the first year classes that we are taking. I'm sure that will be enough to keep you as my equal.
And if only I cared about your opinion of me. Good luck. And Eldwin's gonna turn and leave, and then turn back to Professor Andros and say, "Do you have to do this, or will the enchantment naturally take effect?"
The moment you push open those doors and leave, you won't forget coming here. Your mind will be fuzzy on the why and the what.
Right.
I believe I'll have to escort Mr. Eldwin back to the castle, so I will leave the three of you to it. And good luck on selecting your other members.
We gladly appreciate the help.
Until next time, usque ad mortem et post.
Let's
What
get
he
one from
said.
the bust.
I will memorize that one day.
I will type it out for you guys.
I pat Achille on the side, on the shoulder.
Master Eldwin, if you'll follow me.
Eldwin will push open the doors. and step
Okay.
through.
So I'm going to need you to make for me. It's a saving throw. There is every possibility it might not take. But
Can I impugn my curse onto Charlie?
let's see if it does. So I'm going to need for you to roll. First off, when it comes to being charmed or restrained, do you have any resistances?
Yes. I have advantage against charming effects.
Fantastic. I'm going to need you to roll me, with advantage, a wisdom saving throw.
With advantage, that is an 18.
An 18. Okay. So the spell is going to take effect with a DC of 21.
I would have had to have gotten a nat 20 for that one.
Oh, really? Oh, wait. Yeah, you're a sorcerer. Charisma, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. So you make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, you become charmed for the duration. So for 1 minute, you are charmed. You're incapacitated and you are unaware of your surroundings, though you can still hear. Okay, so I wanted to double check on that. The spell that's being cast on you is a modifying memory.
Yep.
You can permanently eliminate all memory of the event, or you can allow the target to recall the event with perfect clarity and exacting detail, change memory of the details of the event, or create a memory of some other event. A voice speaks to you. It speaks to you in a language that you can't comprehend why you understand it, but you do. And it informs you that while you were coming here to find information about this mausoleum, you discovered it to be nothing more than a dead end. You decided to stay and have another look around, you had a bit more time, but the rest of your comrades had to head back to the castle. They had to head back to the academy. They arranged to meet up with you later, but they weren't specific on place or time, just that they would find you later. And Professor Andrus, being a teacher, had to wait here with you and not leave you alone.
Yep.
after that minute is up, Professor Andrews just kind of looks at you and goes, Mr. Eldrin, is everything okay? You just stopped moving.
Felt weird for a moment, but wave nod or something. I think I'm fine.
The air here, we're a little bit higher than the grounds of the academy, so the air here can be, yes.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's best we head back for you. We can catch up with the rest of your comrades there.
Yeah, lovely. Yes.
Okay. So we have now got a split party. Fantastic.
I'm sorry.
I don't expect anything less.
I love
As
it.
soon
You don't need to apologise. The Blood and Bone Society was always designed to be a big ask. It's a big, big ask for a big, big reward. It just so happens that Eldwin's not ready for the price yet. But you guys have to find 4 other members before you can unlock everything! Who are you going to trust enough to ask? That's
Not
what,
a single person.
that's what I'm excited
Not
about. I want to see who
Randuin
you're
and not Aurora.
I
my-
was thinking that not only can't
Please
trust Randuin,
do
steal
not
everything.
trust Randuin with this at all. Not even that he would steal it. The guy has no cape. Like Dan, Charlie, you guys know his dad. He's got no cape.
Yeah.
I want Randuin in this group. Constantine doesn't, but I do.
So that's one of the exciting parts about this as well. You get to recruit people. But
Trust Aurora Evolution would be cool, I'm just saying.
I don't think we should recruit Aurora.
Absolutely not.
no.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
So
After Eldwin steps out, well, we're gonna have to be completely honest with each other. I'm disappointed.
I think that he's just not ready yet.
We'll leave a spot.
Whatever secret he's hiding, it's bigger than we think.
I can understand wanting to forget one's past, or at least not wanting to share it with others.
Well, I'm ready to know. So let's start.
I want to walk through this statue so bad. I have never wanted to walk through a statue more than I do right now.
And I've never wanted to walk through a statue behind you more than I do now.
Mr. Scribe, shall I do the honors?
By all means.
Okelia will go through first and get all of the cobwebs.
you step through the mirror, realizing that while it looks like a perfect mirror, when you step through it, it's an illusion!
Yay!
It's a very, very high-powered illusion spell. And as you step through, all of the background noise of the graveyard and the mausoleum, all of the sounds of the birds and the forest and such, everything nearby stops. It's quiet. Deathly quiet. And it's as you're moving through it and you accidentally knock a stone and it clatters down that it's echoey. It's dimly lit. Some kind of other force, other kind of light source. Not anything that you can see here. But there's definitely light. Pale blue light seems to flicker, but it is only dimly lit. You find yourself in a winding staircase. Doesn't really go in like a corkscrew, also doesn't go straight down, it kind of bobs and weaves. And yes, your antlers are covered in cobwebs already.
Wonderful.
Kelly's like, I've never been happier.
Yay! Splinters!
You know, like when you get like glue on your hand, like when you get like the glue on your hands, and like the kids that would just like peel it off, and be like, "Oh my god, I can peel glue off my hands." That's a Killia with cobwebs.
So with Achillia headed in, who's going next?
I'll go. Oh wait, well I guess Gina was or Risto was gonna go second. I'll go third.
You'll go after.
Okay. Rista, you follow in, you see the exact same as I described, and then when Constantine falls, he sees the same. We will take our 15-minute break there. When we come back, we're going to see what Ildwin's doing in his memory lab state. And then we'll come back to seeing what you guys do now that you've found the sanctum of the Blood and Bone Society. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will see you after our 15-minute break. I said smutphobes and I meant smutphiles. Hi guys, welcome to part 2.
Whoa, where did I pick up?
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. We were definitely not talking about adult content. It's fine. It's all good. Anyway. So, we left off with the party choosing to go separate ways on a certain issue. Many of the party thought to themselves, we should start trusting each other. And Eldon thought, fuck that, never again. So while Achillea, Arista, and Constantine took their first step as the new generation of the Blood and Bone Society, Eldon makes his way back to the castle, to the academy, with no recollection of the events at all. So, Eldon, upon being taken back to the academy, you know that your friends have said they're going to come and find you at some point. They didn't give a time or a space or a place.
Yeah, no.
So, what would Eldwin do with a day to himself?
Well, so here's what's something really funny is that Achillea had said, following the test, that she would meet Eldwin later that night for an issue Eldwin wanted to ask about.
Okay.
But of course, he has to kind of wait on that, and so until then, he's going to go back to his dorm. Like I said, he is going to spend some time practicing the solo. I'm not joking. He's intent on getting that.
Okay.
The solo that I came up with on the spot. Sorry. And...
The only thing is now Professor Andrews has to go back and go, I now have to write a solo. Great. Fantastic.
For me. No, so after a moment, he'll call Renard out, and he'll say, can I get you to deliver a letter for me? I think it's high time I checked in with Isabella. She wanted me to.
I am more than happy to do that for you, but, where's this Isabella person?
Oh, right. You don't know about the Order. Long story made short, I am a part of a secret order known as the Order of the Axe and Flame. It is there that I began my magical studies, and from that place that I was sent here. I was sent by one Isabella Lafontaine, whose last name I took because I do not know my own.
I really got
They
to
have
start
their
paying more
secret
attention.
headquarters, and I will send you that. I have a very complex life. It's not entirely your fault. From being kidnapped by a cult as a child and forced powers upon, being inducted into a secret society, and then becoming a werewolf. There's a lot about me.
Okay, what's this message I've got to deliver?
Kind of that I'm killing it. I mean, my grades are fantastic. I passed my first test. I seem to be making some friends. I don't know if Achillea was serious when she said she'd take care of me too, but if she was, then I seem to be making friends. Learning to brew the wolfsbane potion. I know she recommended that for me because I hate having control ripped away from me. Just things like that.
So I just take this message, deliver it there, and then that's me. I'm done.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Consider me your Postmaster General.
You've done this twice for me now. Thank you. I know that's not your intended purpose, but I do appreciate it.
My intended purpose is to look after you. If I'm doing this, apparently I'm doing a good job.
Oh, and ask her if she'll be attending the ball. She is an alumni. I would love to see her.
I'll be sure to check in and ask and make sure this random stranger is coming to a ball. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Are you not observing in your passive form?
I have better things to do with my time.
Eldwin will show Renard the ball invitation and go, this ball, happening a week from today.
Okay. I will certainly ask.
Have I asked you to do anything that's weird yet?
I don't think so.
Sorry.
Nothing to be sorry about. Anything else you need me to do?
That should be it. Thank you.
You are welcome. I'll see you when I get back. And they just slink off into the shadows, literally melting into them. So, with your familiar off delivering a message, you still have quite a lot of space open today.
That's kind of a hard thing. Elba wants to wait to do anything with the Wolfsbane potion until
Okay.
Achillea is able to meet with him.
Understandable.
He doesn't want to study because that's boring and what nerds do.
Fucking nerds.
He might go to the library and
Okay.
continue doing research on the Eye of the Void, a far realm entity known to have its followers on the primary plane and attempts to bring forth this not so divine, quite scary, aberrant being into the material plane. So he's gonna go research that some more.
Alrighty. You're going to research the Eye of the Void. So, you get to the library, and you're looking for beings from the far realms.
Yes.
Any books on that? Cool. Well, I mean, you could look through the shelves yourself. You could try and find one of the people, much like Leonid, who are part of this book sorting job that happens around here. Or you could call everybody's favourite academy helper.
Orias.
Yeah, Arias. Yeah, okay. So, you want the library.
Was that on purpose?
No, I was like, sure for Wispy. I'm joking. So Arias is very easily found in the library. He is a 8.5 foot tall, jet black owlkin. Very easy to find. Definitely not based off of someone from a cartoon. Absolutely not. It's definitely not based on Wan Shi Tong.
Yeah, no. No resemblance.
None at all. But it's very-
Arias, professor, sir, what do you teach any classes? Are you any less of a professor if you don't teach any classes?
What do you want?
Right. Okay, so do you have any books on, potentially aberrant sorcerers who stole their power from eldritch entities and or any accounts of the Eye of the Void, the Far Realms being? Yeah.
Arias stops and thinks. And then he nods and says, "Follow me. I have to get a book."
Oh. How am I going to join a secret order when I already have secrets that aren't mine to tell?
What if you just collect all of the secret orders?
I mean, yeah, but if I tell you, I'd have to kill you. See?
I have been
Like,
looking.
try.
I've been looking for a reason to use this book. This is from a company called the Black Vault. It's called Eldritch, the Book of Horrors.
Ooh.
It's basically Eldritch shit for 5th edition.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to put it. That's what it is.
No, that's sick.
So, where is the thing that I was using as the stat block for this thing? Where the fuck are you? Oh shit, I never saw that thing. That's cool as fuck. No, but sorry.
Don't go on a tangent.
Yeah, I know, right? There's too many cool shit. No, it's not that thing. It's not that thing. Is this in like out? Ah, I found it. I found you. Right. Okay. So, Arias will tell you that there are books on the far realms. But as with anything that comes from the far realms, any writings on them, they do carry a risk. It's much in the same vein of, like, if you've read any of the Lovecraft stories, reading the script of Relay or the script of the Deep Tongue, there's a chance you're going to go insane.
Oh, well, Arias, I lived the far realms before, and while it hasn't nearly broken my mind, it did not.
Thank you very much for the follow.
Oh,
We just got a follow. Woo!
yay!
But he does point you to the... Sorry, I've just realised you were speaking there. The sound effect for the follow was playing in my ear. Can you repeat what you were saying there, please?
No, it's okay. He was just telling Arias, I do understand the risk. Fortunately, I've glimpsed the far realms before, and it not broken my mind completely. I still don't remember certain things. But, I think I can handle it. Tentatively.
If you are willing to take responsibility, then that takes it off my plate. What can I do for you? What do you wish? Do you wish to check out these books? Do you wish to simply read them in a controlled environment? Which would you like?
Probably just to read them in a controlled environment. I wouldn't want to risk, Well,
Very well.
I already have one condition that causes me to go crazy. I don't need two. In isolation, I should say.
Oh, so you're a librarian, but not us? I see how it is.
The teachers all know.
In that
Yeah, it's on
case-
his IEP.
In that case, I shall point you towards the controlled areas where you can read. However, you must be aware, reading these, as I've mentioned, will come with risks, but also should you show yourself to be unable to combat the risks, you will be forbidden from reading them further, for your safety.
Is there a time limit on that? Is it until I've shown a certain level of maturity or something of that nature? Or
Until
is
you
it...
show yourself as being capable of looking into the books.
Right.
Now all I'll need is your signed note from your professor saying that you're allowed to look at them.
Right. Signed note. Let me go grab that really quick. I guess I want to go see the psionic magic teacher.
Fantastic! That's great! You're going to see your psionics professor. Now,
Yes.
this is not a class that we've had shown physically,
No.
but you would be very aware of it because you've had the class. Your psionics teacher is a lovely fellow. Lovely, lovely chap. Goes by the name of Professor Uladam. Professor Uladam is a well-dressed gentleman. You know, seems to be in his early 40s, maybe mid-40s, depending on how he speaks. Like I said, well-dressed, very well-mannered, loves to chat with the students. He's an illithid. He has a really, really good collection of, like, ornate plates and such.
He's an illithid. Casually gonna jump right over that one. I would love to go see my mind flayer
I'm not gonna
Professor,
lie, I
please.
heard elephant, not elephant.
He's an elephant! Elephants never forget. Who better to teach you about the magic of the mind?
I mean, yeah, for sure. No, so I guess, yeah, I
and,
go see.
and the professor's faculty room. Guys, why is there footprints in the butter again? Uladam!
Oh my god.
You go to visit Professor Uladam. When you enter into the room, he's floating about 15 feet off the ground, writing on a massive, massive chalkboard. And he just goes, "I'll be with you in just a moment, Eldwin."
Responding psionically,
Oh,
I know that with
yeah.
him there's no need for words.
Yeah.
Just with my mind, I will say, whenever you're ready, I understand you could be working on something complex.
Finishes writing what he's writing, then floats down towards you. It's like, "What brings you here during your free time?"
I want to check out some books in the library, but they require teacher permission.
Am I to
They
assume
are.
these are books that could cause risk in the reading of them?
Some, yes. They are on the or attempting to find the origins of my power. I was never quite told which eldritch being it was that I was meant to become a warlock for, and then stealing magic from it and becoming a sorcerer instead was definitely not the expected result. So I'm kind of trying to figure out how I have this power and why. If you think I am mentally able enough, I mean, I have seen the void before. I remember eyes sprouting out of the palms of my hands. That wasn't overly pleasant, but I'm not completely broken.
It is true that you have a unusually well structured and well fortified mind. I will give you written permission for access to some of these books. If you do not devolve into insanity, I will perhaps consider elevating your permission.
Thank you. I will take what I can get for now. It's not like I need to read the most advanced stuff before I cover the basics. Can I ask, have you ever heard of such a thing before? An eldritch being meant to enslave the minds of those it wishes to serve it, not being able to due to a ring, an artifact I pickpocketed off of a priest.
A ring of mind shielding can protect one from these kinds of things. More often than not, it would be supreme magics that would keep a being as powerful as an entity of the far realms from your mind.
I was a high priestess.
Do you have the ring?
Elvin holds up his hand. It's my arcane focus. In fact, I haven't been able to remove it since gaining my power.
He'll reach out his hands and just kind of cup them around yours, and he starts to pulse magic into it. This ring is not only a focus in that it links you to wherever you draw power from, it's a direct channel. Where most arcane wielders channel from the weave, or people who of a divine nature draw from the domain of their god or their oath, so on and so forth, your power draws from the far realms. But with this ring, you appear to have a direct link, a straight through path, so to speak.
Oh.
Communication should be rather easily if attempting communication while using this as a focus. If that is what you intend to do, of course.
The cult did not treat me kindly. I can't imagine the eldritch entity whose powers I've been siphoning off of will, treat me any more kindly. Especially since his original intention was, in fact, to kill me because he judged me unworthy of his power. So, I think I have to pass on communication for now.
Then, in that case, I will give you this. He writes out like a note, basically just saying that he's giving you permission to look at, you know, the kind of beginning books on the psionics of the far realms and such.
Well, thank you, Professor Ludam. This is going to be hopefully enlightening.
I hope it is enlightening for you, and I hope that you do not succumb to any of the crippling effects.
Yeah, me too. I unfortunately saw plenty driven to madness by psionics. Having people mess with your mind consistently breaks some people. Other people develop a firmer sense of self and are able to stand firm through the constant changes of memory and experience and understanding. I don't think I have a very firm sense of self. I think I just have a refusal to lose control. That seemed to have kept me grounded.
I hope that resolve remains. Is there anything else I can do to assist you, Master Eldwin?
I don't believe so. Thank you, Professor.
You are most welcome. And he turns right back to his writing.
Eldwin is going to go back to the library, give Arias his note, and head to the safe space for reading such books.
Okay. You step into this space, this warded and protected area, so that when you do start reading these whatever infernal creatures, abyssal monstrosities, or in this particular entity, far realm dwelling entities that you happen to converse with, will not poison the ears of everybody else.
Nice.
A stack of books have been left for you. The basics.
Literally starting from the top, cracking it open, working my way down.
Okay. As you work your way down, as you're reading through them, there's a number of entities that are fairly decently known from the far realms. One of the most famous, some of the most famous being beings who you've probably heard of, or at least heard their titles. Xerxes, she who births the swarm.
Yes.
Said to be an endless shifting mass of ravenous eldritch beings. Think an eldritch plague of locusts.
That's terrifying.
They land on a structure, they consume, then move on.
What did you say its name was? Like its proper name?
Xerxes. So it's spelled Xerexes.
Perfect. Xerxes.
Yep.
She who births the swarm.
She who births the swarm.
Okay.
Probably the most physically known being is a gargantuan eldritch monstrosity known as Chargoth, the
The
Maw.
Maw. Yes. Chargoth. Like Charlie, but Goth Charlie.
Kind
Chargoth.
of, yeah.
Perfect.
Like Charizard, if Charizard had issues with his music taste in his teenage years.
Right. Let's see. There's also Devourer of Worlds.
Yes,
Eye of
that's
the
the
Void,
that's
and
the next
Mother.
one. So the next one is the Devourer of Worlds. Give me a moment just to find what I've got them listed as. I can't find the stat block I have him listed under. Where are you? You giant. There you are, found you. Boop, boop, beep, boop. So, the being known as the Devourer of Worlds is Gomalu.
Okay.
A being so vast and so massive that they are described as being incomprehensible to a mortal's eye. Any world that they have been physically summoned into, there no traces of it are ever found.
Right. That's no good.
Velika's the Eye of the Void.
Alex. I will say this is the one that Eldman is the most interested in. The High Priestess was referred to as the Void Mother, and he remembers in his glimpse to the far realms just eyes everywhere. Everywhere. Sprouting from himself, all around him, looking inwards at him, just... Ugh.
So Velika's the Eye of the Void is a often described not as a mass of eyes, but one huge central eye with writhing tentacles surrounding it.
Ew.
It seeks destruction, but knowledge through destruction. The idea of disintegrating something, but as you disintegrate layer by layer, you acknowledge and understand why that layer functioned the way it did.
Gotcha.
And then last and most certainly not least would be Ukthalos, the Mother. Said to be an entity which spawns beings of the void. I will type all of these names out for you.
Okay, thank you. I really did my best at this spell.
No, don't worry. I mean, it's Lovecraftian names. They're not really meant
Right,
to be
it's
easy to spell out.
Easy spell, yeah.
It's like anybody that can spell Nyarlathotep first attempt, you got a gold medal.
I'm not even gonna try. What did you just say?
Nyarlathotep.
I think you have to be a being of the far realms in order to spell that correctly on your first try.
Right, yeah, well, I mean...
Yeah,
Elfin
you
knows
have to
these
have, you have to have went to far realms academy, like.
Right. Not...
I took weird consonant placement as an elective.
Yeah,
This is why I'm
excellent.
convinced that Wales is actually really. Have you ever seen a Welsh road sign? That's Lovecraftian. When you read through this first book, it's a basic understanding of who they all are, how they apparently operate within the Far Realms. Bear in mind, this is all conjecture. The Far Realms is wildly unknown. It is believed there are others, some minor, some much more powerful than any of these entities. but for the most part, these are the ones that are known.
Okay. So I suppose he would try to, based on the basics of his reading, attempt to recollect his experience and connect it with the ideologies of
Okay.
one of these beings. Try to figure out which one it might be closest to.
Okay. With that, roll me a religion check.
15 on the die, plus 2 for a total of 17.
17. So you can immediately write off the idea of it being Xerxes,
Okay.
Chargoth, or Gomalu. They're all incredibly physical beings. Very about devouring, very about eating, very about consuming.
Chargoth and Gomalu. Okay, so it would come down to Valakas or Uklavas.
Yes. So, Valakaz, again, being the Eye of the Void, definitely makes a lot of sense. You saw eyes. But then again, multiple, different body parts is a fairly standard thing within people who serve the Far Realms. It's fairly normal for somebody to have 2 arms as well as a tentacle poking out underneath their right arm.
Sure.
And then you
again, she
then-
was also called Void Mother.
Yes,
So.
your High Priestess was referred to as the Void Mother. While you think back to it, all of those who were in power within this cult that you were a part of, they were all women.
God, we love a matriarchy. Okay, so with that, especially knowing that, to glimpse this creature would to look like one massive eye rather than the I am so seen it hurts type thing, like with all the eyes.
Yep.
He's going to focus his studies in on the mother specifically.
Alrighty. As you move on to the next book and you start to focus in on the mother, I am going to need from you, I believe it's intelligence. I'm just going to double check it just now. Ugh. Sorry about that. Yawn crept up on me out of nowhere there.
I get it.
I found the first one. No, I just need to find the other one. I'm going to do that. Go back. Where are you? I know I saved you. Now, where are you? There you are. I found it. It's all good. I need an intelligence saving throw from you.
You sure you don't want to do charisma?
Do you know what? Actually, charisma does make a bit more sense.
Really?
Now that you're saying it, it would be trying to break through your natural defenses. Your natural defenses are going to be based on your spellcast. So do you know what? Yeah, charisma one for
I
it.
cannot believe asking nicely enough to the DM actually worked.
That
Hold on,
was
I need a moment.
impressive.
Told you guys.
No.
Sometimes
Charlie
Charlie's
just
got
rolled-
whiplash.
Yeah, Charlie just rolled high on his charisma check IRL.
Yeah.
you guys are making it as some kind of horrible deal. I was like, no, you can never roll on
It's
the
not
thing that
that.
you're good
It's
at.
just
How
I'm
People-
dare
just
you?
26. I'm astounded that you let that fly. No, like, okay, yeah, it's my natural spell casting. Like, sweet. Yeah. 26.
26. On a 26, as you succeed, you will take half of the damage.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'm going to move all my dragons. Half of lay damage. So let's get that. Oh, no, wrong one. I'm definitely not rolling that, otherwise you'd be dead. Okay, so we got a total of...
I'm pretty sure that dropping to 0 doesn't kill me. I think it transforms me. I have to check the transformation. Oh, I think that's a higher transformation level than I have right now. Never mind.
Yeah. 8 hit points.
8 hit point. Okay, that is half my health.
Okay. It is psychic damage. Does that
Thank
do
God
anything to
you
you?
passed it.
Can I be level 6? Since we're in the mood of granting favors?
Sorry, no.
Okay, well then no.
Okay.
Psychic damage is still full on me.
Okay, cool. So psychic damage. So you'll take 8 psychic damage.
Cool.
Um,
That hurts real bad. That would have killed me one level ago.
as you start reading it, it is this particular book you've picked up and you're reading now is written in deep speech. So this is where, as you start reading it, you need to make saving throws and such. But as you read the
Right.
first part and it assaults your mind, you gain an image. An image of something akin to almost like a manta ray, but without the sprawling forward tendrils. It's just a flat surface at the front with a pair of red eyes. As you look at it, there's this fluctuating, reverberating sound. It's almost like synth. What we would call synth. And then you start to see other images just rattle through your mind. And they're like images that are almost like nonsensical. Flashes of colour. Creatures whose shape don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing. Before it ends on the phrase, she comes. She comes for her child.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I hate that I'm even gonna do this. He's gonna then look into the crystal of his ring as deeply as he can to see if he feels, senses, hears anything.
Okay.
Just latently.
Make me an investigation check as you stare into the gem of your ring.
That's only a 13.
Staring, you don't see anything of major intent. You don't see anything move inside the ring. It just looks like a weird black gem with a kind of weird purplish sheen that comes off it when the light hits it. But then an image just into your mind one more time. And it's the image that I just dropped in Game Images in the Discord channel.
Oh.
Good lord.
No wonder Elton is messed up.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You don't say! No!
I will defeat it with the power of friendship.
I really
Yes.
hope you started naming your
Yes,
weapons.
because that's what you do when Cthulhu shows up to your birthday party. Throw My Little Pony at him. That's
I
how you
mean-
defeat
Exactly
Cthulhu.
what I will do, actually. That is my exact plan. It worked countless times for them.
A splitting migraine comes through his head. The psychic damage that he took all kind of catching up with him.
Mm-hmm.
But he says in deep speech, out loud, to the ring, I am not your child to claim. And he's gonna close the books because that's gotta be enough for today because he's been brought back down to half health by reading that much deep speech. So he's
Boy,
going
howdy.
to
Fantastic.
go back to
you have
Orias
access.
is basically-
You have access to first level spells, right?
Yes, I do.
Fantastic. Do you have? Is it just first level spells you have?
At the moment.
Okay, cool. So then, in that case, I need you to, in a moment, first off, roll me a d4.
2.
2. Okay, cool. And then second off, I need you to roll me a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. So let's call it a one of the. Wait, hold on. Is it 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is. It's a d12. Yeah. Roll my d12 now, please.
5.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Across the border. 5. Okay, cool. I'm going to send you some things because you learn some new spells.
Oh. Okay.
I'm going to take pictures and send them to you. And while I do that, we will leave you there. And we're going to go back to everybody else doing their shenanigans. So while Eldwin is off getting his brain probed by his ring, you guys...
Eldwin.
Yeah, I know, right? You guys were making your way into a weird underground place that a teacher told you to go into, and you guys thought, yeah, okay.
We discover
we're
a
free
secret
thinkers.
society. No, we discover a secret society, and Elvin reads a book, and somehow he has the more interesting thing happen to him.
Yeah, crazy.
Wild.
Oh my
This is why I
god, it's
read y'all.
almost
Why?
like you guys are going to a place which has its own library.
Certainly more exciting for Constantine.
Guys, we should just really pay attention to everything Eldwin's researching and see if we have better versions of it here, and if we do, we can use that to convince him to join.
Is this you saying this or Achilles saying this?
Yes.
Ah, that famous answer.
I don't know if it's worth chasing someone down who already denied us.
Ah,
Well,
twas
he's
for
my
two.
friend, so
What I am
Sorry?
very concerned about is if the latent magic of this area was able to erase Eldwin's memory, if that was the same magic that erased our memories.
I'm supposed to see him tonight to work on something. I can check.
Yeah, just check.
That would be appreciated. It very well may come. I don't know if I trust whatever magic erased his memory. It does seem that he's already proficient in that kind. He could have bypassed it somehow.
I'll check.
So do we get to the bottom of the stairs?
You do indeed, and when you get to the bottom of the stairs, you find a. It's like an additional corridor, okay? But the corridor, as it goes forwards, there is a slew of water falling instead of a door. Like a curtain of water.
I don't want to get my uniform wet.
It'll be fine.
Well, we should listen to Rista. Technically, it was her not wanting to get her boots muddy that eventually led us here, so... That was a joke. We're definitely going to have to step through this.
Achilles just steps through it. Achilles does not care.
Okay. Achillia, the moment you step through it, I need you to choose. Do you wish to resist or do you wish to willingly fail?
I'll willingly fail.
You willingly fail, you step through. You are bound by all of the effects of a zone of truth, except for
Cool.
these additions. Number one, it has no time limit. Until you leave this place, you're affected by a zone of truth. Number two, you, as well as not being able to lie, you're unable to flee the truth. So, like, with Zone of Truth, you can just not answer. With this, if someone asks you a question, you must give an answer.
Interesting.
It's the idea of there being no secrets.
I guess I go in after Achilles.
Okay. To be very clear on it when I say this, you cannot willingly lie. If you believe something and you believe it's true, but it's actually real, you don't know that it's real. You don't know. Sorry. If you believe something wholeheartedly, but it's actually incorrect,
Yeah.
you still believe it's real, so you can say that.
Yeah.
Okay. Rista, you follow?
Yeah.
Would you like to resist, or would you like to willingly fail?
I'll willingly fail.
You are bound by the same rules. Constantine?
Is it clear what I would be willingly failing? Like, do I feel it like the compulsion to speak the truth, or is it just like some unknown magical effect is coming upon me?
Professor Andrews did say that we would have to
Yeah.
spill our secrets at the bottom, so we
Fair.
might have an idea.
Yeah.
I'll let Brad
So-
answer.
So, when it comes to spells being cast, the generally accepted rule is if the spell succeeds, you don't know it's being cast on you unless it's got a physical effect or it specifically states you know it's been cast. If a spell fails, you know it's been cast on you. Like if somebody sends you Ascending and goes, "Hello, I am God." If they rolled everything, they got everything the right way, you just know somebody sent Ascending to your head. If, say, they were to roll to try and break into your mind using Detect Thoughts, if you fail the saving throw and they get into your mind, cool, they got into your mind and that's it. But if you succeed on the saving throw, you know someone just tried to break into your head.
Okay.
So
I
you
mean,
would, you wouldn't
Go
know
ahead.
an effect got cast on you unless you tried to resist it and you succeeded in resisting it.
I mean, like, if I just feel a magical effect on me, I'm gonna at least try to resist it,
Okay.
just by instinct.
Cool. Roll for me. It's going to be an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. 19.
19. Okay, that's not going to succeed. So you are going to
That's
be
fine.
compelled in the exact same way.
Okay. First time I've not been stressed out about failing a saving throw.
What you find yourselves in as you step through this is a high, domed ceiling circle room. In the centre, a large round table with 7 chairs around it at equal stances. On the ground, a 7-pointed star. The table is carved around the edge, with the phrase that has become all too common at this point: "Usque ad mortem et post," till death and beyond. Within this circular room, there are 2 doors going either way. The doors are closed, not including the door you came through. There are 2 doors on your left and right. Those doors are closed. There is a passageway straight ahead of you, but there's no door there. It's just a corridor which leads to what you can evidently see is a library. You can see bookshelves very, very easily. You're now inside the inner sanctum of the Blood and Bone Society.
Did any of us have an idea of what we'd do once we actually found this out, or have we just joined a secret society for funsies? Because I think it's closer to the latter on my end.
It does seem as though we made it here more by happenstance than by direction, though being part of a society that is in the pursuit of knowledge does seem quite up my alley.
I mean, I'll be fully honest, I didn't think we were gonna find anything here. So this is fully happenstance for me.
So
Well, I guess we're dedicated to this now.
suppose so. As the scribe, I guess I should call us in order. Perhaps we should take a seat.
You're
Yeah,
going to
should
take
we
meeting
see-
notes?
Should we see if there's
suppose
any
so.
like other things on like the other positions, or is it like just the scribe?
That is a fair question. I wonder if there is perhaps a book on the duties of the members that we can find. That was going to be my first order of business after we sat down.
Gosh, it's almost like we live together.
We do share a dorm.
I know.
Oh, humor. My apologies.
So, you want to try and understand what the roles and positions within the Blood and Bone Society are?
Yeah.
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 Is there like a book that explains all that jazz?
Yeah, there is.
Is it
Our
the
own
one I
book?
already have?
You have it.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll sit down, pop it open, and start reading. I mean, I've read it all, right? So would I already know?
Yeah, you've read what's there, but remember the pages fill in.
Oh, that's true. Okay, I'm gonna pop it open and see if I have more pages now.
Yes, you have quite a few more pages. In fact, a good solid half of the book is filled in.
Just a few.
Just a few.
Fantastic.
If you flip to where it's most recently been filled in, you can see the last notes of what you now understand to be Professor Andrews, who was the last first of the last first. I never ever thought that kind of line would come up. He was the last person to hold the title of first.
Oh, interesting.
Well, seems I'm following in some good footsteps.
Yeah.
You also see the names of all of the others that were a part of the Blood and Bone Society when he was there.
Okay.
The names are as follows: Andrus, Archivist the First. The second name is Celia. Doesn't say anything else after that. No surnames are here, just first names. Third name, Julen. Fourth name, Serafina. Fifth name, Zestala. Sixth name, Bran. Seventh name, Mephilos.
Well, it
Besi-
seems that. Oh, sorry.
Beside each of them are symbols. Beside the name Andrus, there is the symbol of a skull. Beside the name Bran, there is the symbol of a moon. Beside the name Celia, there is the symbol of a hand. The hand has an eye in the middle. Beside the name Julen, another symbol of a moon. Beside the name Serafina, symbol of a drop, like a teardrop. Beside the name Zestala is a symbol of an an arcane sigil. And beside the name Methalos, there is a strange symbol which looks like a black smear, as if somebody's tried to rub it away.
We don't know that Bran is a were
You guys don't
creature.
know. No, you don't.
So
Yeah,
that wouldn't
no.
really be a fair jump.
No.
I mean, I know Circle of the Moon's a thing.
You also
I
know,
know he's not a
you also do
druid.
know you also do know Professor Campbell is not a druid. You know that he's a ranger.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the symbols just correlate to each of their like titles within the society.
Doubt
Or
it,
the
given that
roles.
there were 2 moons. It's 2 werewolves, a vampire, necromancer, hand of Vecna, something else.
Okay, diviner's hand, seer, but also lycanthrope. Werewolf specifically.
Oh, if only Eldrin was here to give his riveting opinions.
Yeah, you know what?
No.
Oh my gosh, they're all werewolves.
I don't
I wish
know
there was
what-
someone here to correct me.
I don't know why I said opinion like fucking Moira from Schitt's Creek. Opinions.
While Constantine is reading, can I like scan the bookshelves to see like because I'm wondering if there are any
Hells
like
yes.
copies of books. I'm specifically looking for books like Constantine's, if it's a type of book that each of us are supposed to have, or it's just he has as the scribe.
No, he seems to be the only one that has this what appears to be some kind of ledger, rather than a journal. But as you do scan the bookshelves, you see some titles which anybody with a basic knowledge of magic would recognize some of these titles. You know, you've got, you've
like
got,
conjurer.
there are tomes here that are famous.
Oh,
Like, copies of this book were considered so abhorrent that they were all destroyed. There are books here that are like, not like they're abhorrent, but they're rare. Very rare. To have one is to be walking around with essentially a noble's ransom.
very forbidden, rare knowledge.
You've also got
Sure.
books here which everybody has heard of, but knows that there are risks in reading. For one, there is what appears here to be a black book, girdled in gold, with a purple gem set in the centre. Which anybody who is, and again, I'm not making anybody roll on this, you're all at an academy for studying magic. Anybody who's anybody knows this seems to fit a description of a famous tome known as the Book of Vile Deeds. The Book of Vile Deeds essentially being the diary of Vecna. However, it is very commonly known that there are copies of this book. Books that are not the real book, they're just, versions of it that people who have seen the original remember and have made their own copies. But unlike the original, they do not retain the information that have been added.
Do I know if it's a copy or the original?
In order to know that, you would have to open it and read it. But opening it and
Yeah.
reading it can kind of kill you.
I'm so good.
I love how Dan was just like, don't open the book. Don't open the book. Don't open the book.
For
And the
once, I'm gonna say, don't read the book.
In the Pirates campaign, we have the book. Don't open the book.
Okay, so just a lot of
A
forbidden.
lot of forbidden, freaky
Knowledge.
tomes. There's books on like the origins of blood magic. There's books here on deepest conclaves and covens of shadow druids. There are books here that are that tell of vampiric covens and the dealings that they were involved in, stretching back centuries. There's all kinds of forbidden knowledge here that no magic user would ever be allowed to pursue on their own right. So yeah, I'm not going to make you roll for that because you're wandering around in a library where there's nothing jumping out to get you. So
Yeah.
those are the books you see. While you're looking at the books and while Constantine is reading, Achillia, anything you'd like to do?
I think I'm gonna try to. I want to know what's behind those two doors.
Left or right?
Let's go. Let's go left.
Stepping through the door to the left, you're
So it's the bathroom.
that's it. It's a toilet. No, you're taken into a room which seems to be ever expanding. There doesn't seem to be an end to it. You can't see a back wall, is what I'm telling you.
Okay, I'll go back into the other room. Close that door.
Okay, cool. No more
I'm
distractions.
not messing with the never-ending hallway on my first day in the secret society. That's for later.
Okay.
Then I'll go to the right door.
The door to the right. As you open up the door to the right, in here is what... it's a very, very obviously magical room. As you step in, there are a number of glyphs scrawled all over the floor. The largest one is a very obvious one. Anybody who does magic knows what it is. You might not be able to use it yet, but it is something that everybody knows. It's a teleportation circle.
Guys, there's a teleportation circle!
But you can also see, and you would have a bit of knowledge on some of these, so I'll give you the basics of it. There are summoning circles. Circles designed to summon and bind. You see circles here designed for the infernal, the abyssal, fey, celestial, and even aberrant.
Oh my god, I could summon my moms!
Yeah, you could. They
Achillia
count.
does say that out loud.
I have a
Close the
book
door,
for
goes back
that.
into the main room.
And you go back into the main room. Okay.
But you can summon me and I get lost.
I promise you I will. I promise you I will.
I promise I'll summon you back from wherever you might end up.
You get lost in the woods, I'll summon you.
Bran,
Yes?
can I make a intelligence check to see what, not necessarily what these symbols mean, I guess kind of what these symbols mean. I don't want to metagame, and like all the information I know that Constantine has is that, and is it Andreas or Andrus?
Andras.
Andras. Okay, hey, gotcha.
It's a name.
I know
It's a name that means death.
Great.
It does not.
I know he's a necromancer, so that one might be obvious, but like, are these roles? Are these aspects? I just want to be careful not to metagame, so I want to know what Constantine knows.
So you know essentially what three of these people are.
Okay.
Or, to be clear, you know what their line of magic is. So
Okay.
one, you know that Professor Andrus is a necromancer. He is actively confirmed that he uses necromancy magic. You know that Zestala, Professor Zestala, you know that very similar to Achillia, you know that she's a hexblood. So you know that her magic is most likely rooted in the natural / the occult. And when it comes to the name Bran, you know Professor Campbell is a ranger, so his magic is very much rooted in the natural, but the very physically natural. Less healing winds and more, I'm going to throw thorns at your face.
Sure.
So, the other ones, I mean, you could make... You know that Andrus has confirmed that there was a vampire in their midst. It's fairly safe to assume that anything that's got a teardrop next to it Probably a drop of blood. You could probably assume vampire.
Or they've just been to prison.
Yep, that also works. I tell you what. Roll me an Arcana check.
Say less.
So the first Arcana check is going to be to try and discern one of them, which I think you'll have an easier time discerning than any of the others. So if you roll
Okay.
that for me. And this,
Okay.
this will have a lower DC than the other
Alright.
one I'm going to make you roll.
I'm gonna use one of my. Well, is that a low DC for our level? No, I'm not gonna risk it. Sorry, I lost my D4. Oh god, it's in the backpack. It's never coming out now. Nope, just kidding. I found it. Okay. Well, that's a 16.
16, okay. So the DC I had in mind for that was a 15, so I'll give you that one. Next to Celia is a hand with an eye in the middle. You are a wizard. Any wizard studying arcane magic, they know symbols to avoid. This is a symbol that represents not only Vecna, but lichdom in general.
Okay.
You also did hear Professor Andrews say that somewhere in their library there is a copy of the Ritual of Dread, which is the ritual that you undertake in order to become a lich.
Sure.
Based on getting that, I'll allow you to make the Arcana check for the other two. It's going to be a higher DC on this one.
Okay. So if I roll better than a 6. Okay. Okay. Just for the hell of it, I'm going to use my last student die to
Okay.
really try and throw some stuff in there. Okay, well, I'll take it. 23.
Yeah, cool. Based on the fact that you can see that, lich, vampire, the skull thing next to Professor Andrews. You did see him turn into a ghost for a brief couple of seconds in order to walk through a wall.
Mm.
It's probably safe to say the moon symbol represents some kind of lycanthrope.
Okay. And I'm guessing I'm getting nothing on the smudge because it's smudged.
The smudge seems to be really weird because this book fills in everything that it's supposed to. It
Right.
gives you the information, but this seems to be the one thing that it's not giving.
Well, seems that the previous crew was quite the group of misfits. We have a necromancer, someone studying lichdom, 2 lycanthropes, vampire. Looks like perhaps another hexblood. That's all of them, right?
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
interesting.
I feel like we aren't quite up to snuff just yet. Does anyone feel like dabbling in some forbidden magic?
I'll give it a go.
I mean, knowing shadow druid rights and that stuff would be very helpful. Not saying I'm gonna do them.
I do
Don't
think
know
that
if I will.
while this order is centered around knowledge, whether to be used or not, we should be careful given we are first years. Much of this is probably beyond our ability to handle, regardless of our intentions.
Oh yeah.
I also think we should be quite careful who we invite in here. Someone getting their hands on this could become very problematic.
I mean, I don't know about any of you. I've met many people at the school. I don't trust a lot of them.
I feel similarly.
I have a list of people who I do trust and a list of people who I don't trust.
We're not going to invite Aurora, I get it.
She's on the list of people I don't trust.
I think we should given that not only are we sharing our own secrets, but the secrets of the entire organization, we should have a rule, I suppose, that we all must agree before telling someone of the society, rather than just one of us. Does that seem
Yes.
adequate?
Yes.
Okay.
Was
Well-
Constantine able to read any names past the last group of society members?
Oh yeah, he's got all the names going all the way back.
Can I take a look at it?
I'll slide the book over.
I'm scanning Bran. I'm scanning for my dad's name.
Okay. You look back through it. Now you know your dad came to this school.
And I saw a symbol of the Blood and Bone Society on a pen of his.
You did.
So I know he was involved somehow.
You know that he had a pen that had some kind of symbology of the Blood and Bone Society.
Yes.
You do not see your father's name. However, going back, you go back a couple of... You go back to, like, obvious one is to go back to the time when he would have been here. Nothing
Yeah.
there. And then you go back. And it's a few groups back, but you do see your name. Your surname.
But not my dad's.
Not your dad's.
Who was it?
From what you're understanding, an ancestor of yours. A great-great-great-grandparent of some kind. Possibly an heirloom that's been passed down. But when you look back through it, you do see a picture. You do see a picture that you've seen before. Although this one is a cropped version. A cut version. Instead of a wide group of a number of different people, it's just the 7 center people, with one of them standing holding an orb.
Interesting. Okay. Take a note of that. I pass the book back to Constantine.
Okay.
I think that we should be very careful about who we invite into the society. I don't think that we should be hasty.
I agree.
Well, seems we now have, and I hope you all understand the gravity of me saying this, something more important than the next exam that we have to pay attention to now.
Constantine.
I know. Almost
I
scared.
mean,
Never thought I'd live to
Krista,
see
you
the
should
day.
Probably pay more attention to the exams, though.
Excuse
You
me.
can't really be a part of the secret society at the school if you're failing classes.
That is fair. We should probably continue to.
If anything, we could see if this library has anything of value to us for our academics.
I don't
It'd be
know.
helpful.
I
At
can't
some
imagine
point-
so, but who knows?
At some point, I do believe that we will need to expand our ranks. Given that Eldon was here when we discovered it, if he comes around to the point of being willing to vacate whatever secrets he carries, I think we could discuss including him. Aside from that, I do not have anyone in mind, though we should be on the lookout for possible members.
I love Randuin. No Randuin.
No random.
Okay?
From
I'll
From
put
whi-
that out there right now.
just putting this out there right now. No Randuin.
Yeah,
from
let's put together a list of who we're not inviting.
top of it in capitals, Randuin. It's like
If it's a
it's
chalkboard
like-
or something, I'm gonna start making a list of
It's
people
like
Yeah.
to not invite.
it's like first rule
Randuin,
of
Aurora, Elwyn.
first
So
rule
there's
of
the
blood
yes list
first
and
rule
the
of
no
blood and
list?
bone society, no Randuin. Second rule of blood and bone society, seriously, no Randuin.
No Randuin.
Third rule of blood and bone society, wash your own dishes.
People who are not inviting in Randuin, Aurora, Alarin, Felicity. We got a
Oh,
list.
what's her? I don't want to invite her because but
Are you going to say Varicia?
yeah, I don't like her, but like she could have some really cool information for here.
I don't like her because there's only room for one badass druidic person in this school, and that role is taken.
Oh, what was that
I-
man's name? Fee something.
Piero?
I think
Was that it?
I think it's pronounced Piero, but cool. I get
Piero.
what you guys are heading towards. Okay, right? Okay.
Pierre's out
Nazi,
purely
right?
purely for the fact that I don't like his face. Or
Also,
the
we
clothes that he
already
wears.
have the
Oh.
token rich person here.
As you
No, I take that spot.
as you guys are talking back and forwards about this, there's going to be from the library the sound of like creaking and cracking, and then you're just going to hear a voice go, "Ah, new masters, hello."
No,
Shit, what's
no,
that?
No.
I'm gonna like ready a
We're not
fireball. Like
interested.
we really should have examined this place before starting to talk at this table.
Coming towards you, hunched over with like an old school like frilly necked like shirt, waistcoat, and like little tail jacket. A horrifically mummified face. Like we're talking, like the guy who keeps all the books in the corpse bride with a big long book.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
guy, right? That's what we're talking, right? And he just kind of but he's got like little spectacles on the edge of his like mostly gone nose. He comes forward and he goes, "Welcome to this inner sanctum."
No. Who are you?
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening. I am.
What are you?
Sorry, two people talked at the same time. What was the questions there?
It was the same question asked in different ways.
Okay. Who is he? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Who are you?
I have went by many names over the generations, but you may call me Wilbur, and I am your maitre d', your general at hand. I am your runaround and your advisor supreme within all the confines of this sanctum.
That's wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Wilbur. I do have a
Most
genuine
welcome.
question. Is the only way in and out of the inner sanctum through the mausoleum?
And he will shake his head and he will say, No, there was a construct made at the beginning of the Order's creation, which will allow you to travel here from the very dorm rooms you inhabit at the Academy.
Oh,
Awesome.
well,
What
that
a-
sounds helpful.
One of our earliest members created a construct which is now woven into the fabric of the school.
Oh, Wispy.
No.
I told
Whiskey
you,
was made
I
for
told
the
you,
society.
I told you every single NPC had a backstory you could discover. That includes Wispy. But yes, Wispy was created by one of the founding members, who was also one of the founding members of the Blood and Bone Society.
So all we have to say is we just have to talk to Wispy and he can bring us here, eh?
No, that's not what you say. You say, "Oh, Wispy."
Does
Oh,
Wispy appear?
Wispy.
No, no, Wispy doesn't appear for him because you cannot. You have to be a student or a faculty member. Well, Wilbur is. He's a lot of things, but most of what he is past his sell by date.
Speaking of
Wilbur.
Wilbur, what are you? If you don't mind me asking.
A Capricorn.
How long have you
think
been
there's
here?
no
I'm not gonna
background
respond to that.
Wilbur, since you were aware of them.
Sorry, I missed all that because I was gloating too much about my stupid joke. What did you ask there? Sorry, Ren.
Oh, Achille just genuinely said, Wilbur, I think the zodiac signs have changed a bit since you were last aware
Yeah,
of
they actually have. I'll need to go and find out which one Wilbur is because I don't have the list on hand at all. Pardon me.
Wilbur.
Pardon me.
Wilbur, how long have you been here?
I've been here since the beginning. First there was Wispy, and then I was summoned by one of the founders of the Blood and Bone Society itself, Master Weaveward.
Wow.
Are you a construct as well?
No, I do believe I'm one of your run-of-the-mill, highly educated undead.
Oh,
Fascinating.
cool.
And do we need to do anything to keep you unalive?
No, my joy and my function is to serve.
Okay. I have a list of requests. I don't want to overwhelm you with them.
It is my joy and my function to serve.
Okay, could I please get a full list of every single book that you have in the library, and if we could order those by most to least dangerous, and also get a cross-reference of the subjects that they contain. Additionally, if there's any magical items that we have, could you also get a list of those? And if there's anything that hasn't been identified, can we put that at the top of the list? Lastly, if there are any other people that are aware of the society but are not currently a part of it, I would also like to know that. Whenever you get the chance.
I shall endeavor to get those to you at a speedy rate.
Don't hurt yourself.
It is impossible to hurt me. I am dead.
Oh, what about emotionally?
Well, there was one time Master Weaveward said that the tea I made him was only slightly tepid.
And how did that feel?
It cut me to the quick, if I'm honest.
We'll be careful
See
about
why.
any cutting remarks then. It's a good thing none of us are bards.
And he will toddle off into the library to go and start accumulating your list for you.
Do we ever find anything else in the codex about like titles beyond the first?
Nope, the only title there is a very, very strong history of equality. The title of first is not like a you're in charge or you have more power. It's just simply you're the one
The
who's
first one to
responsible for
join.
looking after the book.
You found the book first.
Pretty much, yeah. Every new
You're
gen-
literally just the guy who like watched the YouTube video first, scrolled down to the comments and said first. That's it. It means
Yeah.
nothing. It's just for bragging rights.
Really glad that you got why I came up with the name. That's legitimately how I came up with that. Just the guy that said first.
You're the first.
Made it. You proud, Mom?
You know, I think it
yes,
says something about like the founders that they decided to, and like just of this and of the school that like they decided to only have the first position named first.
First.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's giving really like a
I guess they were real people just like us, and not just fragments in a history book.
this feels very something like teenagers would create.
Yeah.
Well, once we get a list of the resources that we have, I suppose the next thing would be to start learning. Are there any particular topics that you would be interested in that our classes will not provide?
I could probably learn it from my mom's, but I want to see if there's anything on it here.
Which is?
How the fuck I was made.
Fair question.
Like we're
Uh,
not just like we're not like born, we're made.
Oh, okay. Thank God. I was really worried that we were going to have to discuss reproductive processes, and that's not something I like doing.
When a mummy hag and another mummy hag.
No,
and
Wilbur, no!
Potentially
Wilbur, no!
another mummy hag.
Wilbur, we don't need that dark knowledge.
Also,
The forbidden knowledge.
my mums are both cis and there's no interaction with any men. I know how that works.
I do believe there's a book.
Adoption in the
yes.
Feywild.
He's very quickly becoming Serpentis from like Has-Been Hotel. I do believe that I do believe that there is a book in the library. We got it from an exchange student. It's called the Kama Sutra.
No, burn it!
I believe it has diagrams.
Might be for later, but not for now.
Fucking unhinged zombie. This guy was meant to be just a butler, and you guys have made him so much more. This is
He made himself so much more.
This is exactly what happened with a little stable boy who was a throwaway and ended up becoming the king of a nation. Like, we need to stop doing this with the NPCs, guys. Stop making the NPCs more than they're meant to be.
Stop making
He
them so
walked into
interesting,
the room and
Gran.
said that he had every job under the sun.
He was just meant to be like a butler that you guys have. It's like, hey, Wilbur, gonna get me a cup of tea? Yeah, okay. And you guys have turned him into, I don't know, some like Alfred-esque. Like next thing you're gonna have this guy fist fighting the BBEG. Like he was
I mean,
just.
he said he can't be hurt. Okay, you think we're not going to utilize that?
That's fucking dark, by the way. All
Listen,
right?
as long as the boss isn't doing emotional damage, we basically have an infinite like HP sponge. Okay.
There's a difference between not being hurt and not taking damage. There are people with a condition called CIP. They don't get hurt, but they take damage.
Fair point. It's gonna write that.
This
Scratch out that idea.
man goes, yes, master, I will face this. Wilbur, why did you do that? I can promise you one thing. He didn't feel a thing.
Good lord. Okay. Research how you. I might let you take point on that.
I want to know if like hexblood creation is a taboo magic. Like
Are your moms not hexbloods?
no.
Oh.
I feel like I've been very blatant about this for stuff. My mums are hags. Literally.
Oh. I think
That's
that's
I
just
want
a
to
Gina
become
thing.
the strongest
I don't know about
hag
hags.
and join the coven and make it the strongest coven.
Well, I will write that down as something that we can explore. Rista, any particular things we want to research, aside from how to overthrow your rivals and discover the new fashion trends before anyone else can?
Of course.
I'm glad you've got priorities.
Well, we are bound by each other's secrets now, are we not?
Believe
Yeah.
so.
I'm going to, if you'll allow me, I'm going to take the codex and I'm going to flip to the page with the members, with the one holding the orb, and I'm going to take the orb out of my pouch and show it to you all.
Oh shit, a legacy.
I'm sorry, what is that?
That's kind of what the deal is. I don't truly know. What I do know is that it's extremely powerful. My family had it, and they wouldn't tell me why. So I took it.
You stole it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. And in the name of full transparency, it seems that one of my great-great-grandparents, however many generations it was also... It appears that I'm not only a legacy of the Academy, but also the Blood and Bone Society.
Of course.
Of course.
Should not be surprised. Okay, research. Rista's magic glowing orb. Do you think we should just use it as like a centerpiece or a paperweight until then?
I use it as my arcane focus, you dick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I've seen you use it.
Deepest apologies.
Yes, heightened society, etiquette, protocol. It's my arcane focus, you dick.
I am keeping minutes, so I did keep track of the fact that Rista called me a dick. Not for pettiness, just to keep record.
Very mindful, very demure. Listen, you wanker.
My
That's
God.
so visceral.
She is really visceral. Like, when you get right down to Rista, she's really fucking gutsy.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Just for the record, I do think I'm also going to eventually, at some point, also research just like the Shadow Druids. I feel like that's kind of up my alley. If any of us are going to be learning that information, whether to fight it or to use it, whatever is deemed necessary, I probably can get the best grasp of that. And I don't know, maybe I'll look at blood magic a little bit. I'm not planning on using that. That's a bit beyond my purview right now, but that sounds interesting.
I mean, the whole point of the society is that you don't need to use it, you just need to know.
I know.
Really living up to the code already.
I know. There's also just something that sounds really interesting about, like, and like to the point, about a hex blood studying blood.
It would be quite on the nose.
I know, just like you being the first.
Oh, I miss having a nose.
Okay, I'll
Almost,
put
as,
that on the
almost as
list
if a
as well.
wizard being a scribe.
Find Wilbur a new nose. That's the
You
least we
are-
can do for you.
You are too kind, new master.
Oh,
I will make sure it's not a carrot. That feels mean.
okay. You just see like Constantine look up, not say a word, but just kind of scribble something out.
God, Constantine's a little evil. He's a little cruel.
Note to self:
It's just like
Note to self: cruciferous vegetables cannot be used to replicate olfactory organs.
listen, it's not out of cruelty. It was just the first thing I thought of. It's just economical, okay?
That was also the first thing Achilles thought of, and it's like, that
See?
feels mean.
It's not just me.
And you think Rista's mean.
Is there anything else you guys would like to do in this immediate time?
Is there just like anything else super obvious to investigate in this place, or have we covered all like the basic rooms and stuff?
Basic rooms have been covered, unless somebody wants to go into the left room and actually check out the room rather than go, nope, endless corridor, fucky wucky. No, thank you.
Is that where Wilbur emerged from, the endless room?
No, he came from the library.
Oh, okay.
I suppose I'll check out the room. I don't like the idea of not knowing what's in there.
Yeah, I just didn't feel like getting lost in there when trying to get a lay of the rooms. That's probably where the treasure is.
As you do step foot in there again, who's all going in? Is it all of you?
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm standing at the door.
Okay, cool. So Achilles going in. Constantine, are you going in?
Yes.
Okay. As you guys go inside, you cannot see a back to this room. Okay? There's just an endless stretch. Goes about maybe 50 feet before darkness. But on that 50 feet, and remember you've got 50 feet wide as well, you have in rows of 10 along, but going back as far as it can, it's just in fives. So you've got 10 here, 10, 10, 10, 10, going back 50 feet. Every 10 feet there is another one of these. There are plinths, and these plinths have got dome, like bell jars on top, with things inside of them. Random bric-a-brac, or what looks to be bits of bone or samples of something in a glass vial floating strangely, or in one of them, just nothing except a card. One of the ones at the very front has another one of these things, an empty bell jar with a card at the front of it, but it also has like a groove, like a divot in the centre of it, as if a sphere is meant to sit inside it.
What does the card say?
The card says, Elemental Containment Sphere, Tempest.
Hey, Rista? I think we can cross
Yeah.
one thing out of our list.
I'm way at the door.
Oh. You might want to come in here. I think we can cross something off our list. Or at least add to it.
And it's an empty case. What was it?
Empty. It's a plinth with a bell jar on top of it, but the bell jar is empty. Nothing's inside except a small placard which says Elemental Containment Sphere. Little dash. Tempest.
Did my family steal this?
Maybe.
Well,
Like I stole this? How dare
like
they?
father, like daughter.
You don't know it was my father.
That's fair. I just assumed it's usually the men that steal things.
I was gonna say it's a little poetic. Maybe you were meant to be here. Maybe
I'm
we
certainly
were
not
all
going to
meant
put it
be
back.
here.
Uh-oh. Lily's got that look in her eye. I suggest we get out of here.
I know the labyrinth is already getting to her.
Oh no, I read deep speech.
We should probably
Fascinating.
head back before it gets too late. I believe that I will be spending a good amount of my free time here.
Yep.
That is a good point. We should be getting back. Oh, Wispy!
Hi there, my name's Wispy. I'm your blah blah, the usual intro he does. I can't remember it. I'll need to write it down and actually just like make an official one, but I can't remember it. He does his thing.
Wispy, we've just learned about a new feature of yours. Would you be able to get us back to the academy? Sneakily and secretly?
Preferably without any mud. Some of us have an issue with that.
Very preferably.
Yes, Wispy can help with that. Wispy can attach a direct portal from this particular inner sanctum of Blood and Bone Society directly to your dorm rooms.
That would be great, Wispy.
Follow me, and he turns and just starts bobbing along. He moves
I
like
love his pauses.
he moves like he's walking, but he has no legs. And he takes you into the room with all the summoning circles and the portals. And he goes to the teleportation circle in the middle. And he goes on the ground and it looks like a toddler like messing about with things on the ground because he just starts and when he's finished he kind of stands up and goes, to use the portal, simply step forward and state your name. The portal will open to take you to your room.
I step forward and say, First to St. Cloud.
Portal opens. You can see your room.
I suppose I'll see the both of you at next class.
Yeah.
We'll see you then.
See ya.
You step through.
I go back to my dorm room.
To the rest of you,
Well, I'll probably go find Eldwin. I'll see ya when I'm back in the dorm. And
I'll
Achilles
see you
will
then.
step forward. Achilles will step forward. Achilles millefolium.
portal opens.
And I go through.
Okay. Constantine.
Constantine doesn't go through. He turns back around. He's gonna walk into the library.
Of course you are.
In the library, Wilbur is standing at a table, his arms with his hands clasped in front of him, and neatly arranged stacks of books and paperwork and such. And he goes, "I'm terribly sorry about the delay. Had to stretch out the old bones."
I'm sorry, are you done already?
"Yes. Is there anything else I can do for you?"
Wilbur, I'm gonna get you the prettiest nose in existence.
"Thank
that's a
you
promise.
kindly, Master."
Well, let's start at the top. I'm gonna get the manifesto that he's created. Take just the first safe book that has been determined that's acceptable to read about magic and start reading it.
Okay. And I think that's a good place to end for today. Definitely not the session that I thought was going to come, but awesome, fantastic. I will give.
I'm very glad that Ren didn't miss today.
I know, me too.
Yeah.
I will give no cutscene because we have reached a milestone. So I will instead give you guys a level up.
Yay! Level up!
Thank you very much for everybody coming to see us today. Thank you to my cast and their amazing investigative skills. They have now discovered the Blood and Bone Society. I wonder what they're going to make when they figure all the shit out that's in there. It's going to be great. If you like what you've seen here today, do go consider checking out our other forms of social media where you can follow us. Please subscribe to the YouTube. Please follow the Twitch. And we also do have a Blue Sky. Pretty much any social media you go to, type in World Tree Quests, you'll find us. However, we are at the moment only active on our Blue Sky because all our social medias are garbage right now. So we're not getting involved in that dumpster fire, but we are still involved with our Blue Sky. So do go consider joining us over there and following. Hit that follow button. I'm trying to think what else. We don't have... Oh no, we do. We have the forming tomorrow night at 3 p.m. CST. And I don't know if anybody saw, but recently I started playing Baldur's Gate 3 again. And quite often with the channel, whenever somebody can't make it and we don't want to continue without them, we just let the slot go. So I've decided to play a Dark Urge playthrough with some mods, which I listed. One of them being a witch class. And I'm building a witch class right now. And they work surprisingly similar. Even though I've never seen this witch thing before. But anyway, I figured I would play through with this mod on where I'm a witch. So you should come and check that out. Anytime that there's going to be no stream, there's going to be no stream TTRPG game, I'll just play Baldur's Gate and run a Dark Urge playthrough, which I've never played before. So I'm currently running through that right now. So keep your eyes peeled for that. But that means that we will always be streaming. At least 6 times a week, as long as there's nothing else that gets in the way of timetables such as family commitments and such. Other than that, I've got nothing else to plug, so I'm just going to pass on over to my lovely cast and let them plug themselves. So, Charlie, anything you want to plug at all?
The exact timing is a little iffy. But at a certain point, we're going to be returning to Tides of Chaos. We're in the middle of fighting Blacketh. I know I've been saying this a lot because this has been an ongoing thing for so many sessions now. But we are currently in the middle of fighting Blacketh. My character, who is also the party's healer, is down. So that's really fun. Let's see if the party can get me up before Blacketh kills me, because she's not stupid and probably recognizes a healer when she sees one, especially a vulnerable one. So we'll see how quick my party is to react and respond, or if I'm gonna be making a new character. So please do come check it out to see the culmination of this.
It's
Friday.
It's definitely going to be eventful when it does happen. I'm very worried. Thank you very much for that, Charlie. Gina has disappeared. So we're going to go to Ren. Is there anything you would like to plug at all?
Once you're done here on Monday, you can come on over and tomorrow. Oh my God, that's tomorrow. Ugh. You can come on over to Dice Versa Studios and watch us summon a bunch of dragons to try to give our dragon orb buddy a new home so we can fight Grisot with a new ally later. Don't question it. I'm not going into more detail. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's the smartest decision we've made. Other than that, I've got pretty much nothing going on, unless for some reason you might be interested in an art commission. Hit me up on any of my socials, and I can get you more information.
Thank you very much for that, Ren. Dan, anything for you at all?
No, just the aforementioned TOC, hopefully sometime. At an
Fantastic.
undisclosed point in the future.
And last and most certainly not least, Gina, anything you want to plug at all?
Not right now. I'm on TikTok at Gina Donio on TikTok, and you can find me here on Sundays at Welcome to the Academy.
Fantastic. Well, if that's it from my players and that's it from me, then that's it from us. Thanks very much for coming to see us, guys. I have been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on Twitch and YouTube. And with me today, we've had Charlie 182.0, we've had Gina Donahue, we've had Changeling Rogue, and we've had Just Dan. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe. Is there anything I can get for you, masters? And also,
You already
Oh.
got us a level up, so.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
and also don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.